Alrighty, we are live. I do believe. Oops. Let's go ahead and get the audio going here. We're going to go ahead and jump into a game right quick. I do not have chat up yet, but let us. Oops. Okay, I need to pull up chat. So we're going to lose audio here for a second, but it should be it should return momentarily. Oops, that's not where I want chat to be. Come on. Come on. Here. Sorry, folks, I am a little behind. Actually, I mean, it's a miracle I've got what I got right now. Oops. Oh, you don't want that audio. We do not want that audio. All right, we're going here. Here. There's got to be an easier, better way to do this, but I don't know what it is. ATM. Live. Pause it there. Okay, we are up, and I believe chat is also up. Or no, not yet. All right, so I do not currently see chat, which is odd. Let's refresh this. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay, I see Denise, I see Io, I see Beowulf. Folks, let me know again about the mix, if you're hearing the game audio and if you're hearing me audio, okay? If we are, Io, I've got very good news. It means that I have found a workaround for the audio source for the D&D session, which means we don't have to worry about the audio issue. So if you are hearing Tesla right now, you're hearing what is on my desktop, which means when we do D&D, if I put Discord on the desktop, unless Discord is wonky and special and weird, we will have, we will be piping in audio from the desktop as opposed to the audio source feature, which, why am I hearing the game? Where's that coming from? Is it coming from here? Yep, it's coming from there. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Sounds fine to me. Thank you, Beowulf. Appreciate that. Appreciate the feedback. But yeah, here we are. We are live from Texas. We are fully set up. Everything is feeling pretty good right now. Aside from the fact the microphone is the arm has to come in from the wrong side because of where I have the computer set up, so it's just kind of sticking out, all weird looking. But that'll be remedied in about 2 months. But this is where we're at now. So we were watching Ametista Dorata, which, as a reminder, is a gold amethyst, which is nifty. It's Lakers colors and wow, we just saw him finish it off there. We're in Texas. I am in Katy, Texas, which is just outside of Houston. We actually had to drive through Houston to get here. And boy, it was weird. Looked like we drive in and we slow down because it's just this ominous looking thing. As soon as you got out of Houston, it was fine. It was like there was just this storm over Houston and the rain. It was nasty. But yeah, we had so much rain coming in. I'm like, this is supposed to be a freaking desert. And we've got quite a bit of precipitation going on here. Even more than probably Indiana, for crying out loud. So Beowulf, I see online. I see Body Bag. See, City is playing, so let's go ahead and take a gander at what he is up to. Let's see. Okay. Sound is clear, your voice, but cannot hear the Tesla music yet. Can't hear the game. Can you hear the game now? Let me actually... Because I can hear it. I see the sound levels. It sounds pretty loud to me. But let me know. If not, I might have to go. I mean, it's showing up, and I know it records. So right now, I show levels. You all can't hear that? You all don't have game audio yet? I'm guessing not. Hello, Baldric. Hello. I hope we can still talk after our falling out. Game audio is very low. Okay, all right. I can fix it. I can fix it, I think. I mean, it's weird, like the levels. Okay, how about this? I'm going to unplug this because I don't want to hear it, but I think that should get us in there. Stop. No game sound. Man, that's weird, but I do hear it still. Okay, well, That's a bummer because it's the levels are spiking on. You know what? Yeah, that's weird. All right. It has to be something with the stream then, because it's. I mean, the good news is it records. Oh, you know what? We are dropping frames like crazy though. So it could be a like that's one downside about this house. I don't know what the internet is, but I don't think it's good. What does that mean? I don't know. Why is it? Oh, okay, it's telling me what's going on. Yeah, game is laggy too. Yeah. I'm thinking it's a streaming issue. I don't think we got the bandwidth here at the house. But here, let me try something. Go ahead and mute that, and we'll crank this. So now, can you hear the audio? Because now I'm using the audio output capture that I've used in the past. So in theory, if there is sound to be heard, it would be hearing now. But it is quieter than the levels I had set for audio output. Yeah, frame rate isn't great, but totally doable, and your voice audio is great. Okay, I mean, well, it sounds horrible to say for a gaming stream, but yeah, I feel bad about it. I just don't. I'm pretty sure that is just a limitation. I'm not going to be able to get around. When we get to the new house, we're going to make sure, because my brother-in-law does this kind of similar type of stuff to this. We're not going to be able to get by with a slow internet. This is a B&B essentially, so it's not, the owner is not going hardcore on something we can do. I mean, it's only going to be what, like I said, about 2 months. In theory, the middle of July, but. Hey Vincenzo, hello. You know what? I'm going to turn this volume down. Oh gosh. Yeah, it is choppy. Holy cow. Everything's bad. Everything is bad. Goodness gracious, this is embarrassing. Well, if the sounds are on the recording, that is a good excuse to watch again. Well, I don't know if, Denise, I don't know if it's recording on the VOD. Like, so I know, like, because I tested it out earlier today because I'm that prepared. I used the display capture and I did a recording. And when I played the recording back, the audio was fine. It was loud enough. So when it's recording as if I'm recording a video, it's fine. It's when it's, I don't know about the live stream. And I don't know, that could just be a bandwidth issue. I don't know. But how did you hurt your hand, Denise? That's bad news. Was it let's see. Summer started in Washington and it's Friday, so I'm good. So does that mean, Beowulf, you finally had a warm day? Is it you had not had summer weather up to that point? Sorry, I'm losing track here. So yeah, Baldrick, connection is a bit stuttery. Yeah, folks, do not adjust your sets. Do not adjust your internet. Do not complain to your internet provider. The fault is here. Like I said, Airbnb, they don't exactly spring for the fanciest stuff in these situations. To be fair, most people don't spend 2 months at an Airbnb. So it's a bit of a unique situation. I don't blame the owner either, but I think it just means our internet is garbage. I really couldn't tell before because I can stream videos. I can like watch YouTube and stuff. It does lag a bit there, but if you're seeing any technical issues here, it is the fault of whatever whack out internet we've got here. And we're missing Sea City in a fantastic showing. Rank 1 in the Thief, running classic aggro Halalu, which is fabulous. And Jack Fancel has had enough of that. So yeah, Denise, let us know what's going on. I mean, unless it's embarrassing. I mean, I have had injuries where I'd rather not tell people how I got injured because it's just not all that flattering. Addicted with some kind of spells. All players seem to have always Marak against me. It's not just you. Everyone has Marak on curve if they run the bastard. I probably shouldn't smile at that. I hate when Marak comes in there and steals my thunder. Dano, let's take a gander at Dano. Yeah, still only hear the game audio, but it's fine. I play the game muted anyway, so I can listen to music. Really? Still no game audio? Well, that is now I'm seeing now it looks like we're not dropping frames as much, but the lack of game audio is very bizarre because it is showing in the mixer the levels are registering there. So that's a oh boy. I hope it's just an issue with the internet somehow. But I'm not sure what the source of the trouble could be. That's very bizarre. Crapola. Now that bothers me because what my fear is if we get to the new place and you still can't hear audio, then it's like, what setting did I hit? What am I? Because this is a different machine. I'm actually using my real setup now as opposed to the laptop. And the first time I do it, you can't hear audio, but it records in audio. So whatever. Anyway, I will sort that out later. If at any point you do hear game audio, then please let me know and I will celebrate. Otherwise, I'm just assuming still can't hear it. But let us not neglect chat in the pursuit of trying to figure that out. That said, you may see at some point randomly a test stream somewhere, and that's just me trying to figure this out. But yeah, so Beowulf, curious about the weather. I mean, I will say my internet is stuttering. Like trying to scroll through chat, it's stuttering. So we're definitely in dire straits here, folks. We are. I mean, first world problems, but I guess technically third world problems because I've yet to live in a place with internet this shoddy. So yeah. And I know it's not the area. The area is nice. The area is very developed. It's not some, we're out in the boondocks or something. That's an odd thing to play. And there's Mushroom Tower. So Dano, who is in a really good position right now, especially with his rage and everything, is going to have to sit here and watch the morbidly ridiculous Mushroom Tower loop for the next 6 hours. But he's so close to finishing. I hope he lets it go. Eventually the turn timer will kick in and he'll be able to finish off. But also it's good to know that you actually prefer it this way. He did. Look at that. A fine display. There we go. All right. Good job, Dano. Good stuff. Let's see. Vincenzo had to deal with my first week with my first personnel issue as a class leader this week. Accidental racism is accidental racism. That's interesting. That is an interesting phrase. I did not know there was such a thing as accidental racism. Splendid finish. Let's see. Well, we got Evening Wolf going. We got Edmore. Let's check out Edmore. We'll go in alphabetical order here. Let's see. Typical Washington. Oh, Washington weather. It's a lot of rain out there, right? Beowulf. A lot of precipitation typically. It's probably the closest, from what I understand. I've never lived there, but having watched Frasier, and of course we know TV is exactly what real life is like. I get the idea that Seattle or Washington is about as close to the UK weather as you can get here in the States. On the regular. Let's see. Doopa. And I got my ranking in the class, second to last, because we bombed a room inspection thanks to my roommate leaving food in our fridge. Okay, Vincenzo, I'm going to need an explanation. You might have already done that on there, but how do you get penalized for having food in the fridge? Is the Army aware that the purpose of having a refrigerator is to put food inside of it? If you don't have food in the refrigerator, it's actually kind of a waste of energy, really. So I think you can tell them, let them know that Schwartz said food is allowed in the fridge, and you should be commended for using your fridge with great efficacy. It should be packed out. Okay, Denise, we're getting the explanation of her injury. I fell asleep with exhaustion after work, woke up and still sleepy, trapped my fingers in a door when I opened it. Ooh. Yeah. Oh gosh, I can think of several ways that can happen. I hope there was no bone crunching involved, but oh gosh, yeah, that kind of makes me cringe. That just sounds painful. I think I've either Had that happen or come close, and gosh, jeez. So did you have to go to the ER? Was there lacerations? Is it bruising? Is it sore? I mean, obviously you can't use your hand, so I mean that's the crucial part. But I mean that hopefully it's not like you're in a cast or something. Okay, Beowulf, I'm already behind. Referring to Dano's deck, which was the last one we saw. Crazy combos. We fine-tuned, tested it yesterday. Oh, nice. Okay, so Beowulf and Dano combined to bring us that Slay Archer that we just saw that did a number on Telvanni. So that's impressive. Speaking of Telvanni, Sky G, is running Telvanni. He's running Telvanni, and Edmorn running. Man, once again, our friends are representing Guildsworn. It has been oft neglected, but it is getting a good workout today, or the past couple weeks actually. Oh, and Beowulf did the exact same thing. Ooh. Worse than normal as my left hand, and I write with that. Wait, you're left-handed, Denise? Oh no. You injured your left hand, and that's what you write with. Okay, so you're left-handed. Still, my question said, you're left-handed. One of the true global minorities, the left-handed folks. The few lefties that I've known though were some of the brightest. They were the ones that I went to school with anyway. So if that's any consolation. Small but mighty is the phrasing I would use. Obviously, that's a broad way to do it. But I am so sorry, Denise. That is geez. Stupid door. Time to mulch it into kindling. Yeah. I think. Inanimate objects. They must die. They must die. It is the only justice. It really is kind of a bummer when you are beset by, or you are harmed by an inanimate object, and you're like, I can't punish you correctly. I can't yell at you. I can't smash you. If I smash you, I have to buy another one of you, and I probably am going to hurt myself. I can't yell at you because I'll just go hoarse and nothing. You're not going to respond. You're not going to. You know what we need? That's what we need. We need media or tablets or whatever that if you yell at them, like it recognizes the tone of your voice and it recognizes what you say, and it gives you like a little face pops up and it goes, and it's like a live emoji. So that you know that your technology knows that you're mad at it. Like what do you, I was trying to troubleshoot, for crying out loud. I had Bluetooth for all you PC lovers out there. Oh yeah, I'm going to pick a fight tonight. Had this thing set up. Bluetooth was running fine. No problems whatsoever. Next thing I know, my Bluetooth mouse isn't working. And I'm like, what the heck? And I look, Bluetooth is gone from the computer. And every time I try to access it, it's like, Bluetooth doesn't exist on this device. Try using a device that has Bluetooth, or try using some way to enable Bluetooth. And I'm like, I was just using it, you insipid piece of garbage. So I don't have Bluetooth. True story. Oh my gosh, that was so frustrating. But it's like, consult troubleshooting. What was even worse was when I started, I didn't have internet connection. I couldn't connect to the internet with this thing. And all right, so Edmorn with a nice win there. Io is playing. Let's check out. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. Io, you tricky fellow, you. All right, McGackett. Yes, McGackett's playing. But yeah, like we need. I hate that support so much. Oh crap! Missing. Trying to remember. Oh, was it the not the anklet. What am I thinking of? The what do you call it? The amulet. That's what it is. If you're talking about the amulet, Edmorn, I 100% agree. I have gotten shafted by that many times. Partially my own fault because I forget to take that into account. And I'm like, I've got exact lethal. Haha. Oh, wait, I've got to break through a guard. And that guard dies and gives them that one extra point of health. I don't plan ahead for that. But let's see. But yeah, I want my, so I can't connect to the internet. It's like, do you want to troubleshoot? Oh, no internet connection. I'm like, well, no crap. That's the whole problem. If this was the only device I had, I would be up a creek, because your best advice you can give me is consult the internet. Well, I can't connect to the internet. So what do you want me to do? You know what I did? I got on my Mac iPad. I don't know why I said it like that. And I researched, why is Windows such a stupid operating system? I didn't get a definitive answer on that, but the point is, my technology didn't know that I was pissed off at it, and it just made it worse. Oh, Oh, okay. Oh, Denise, she told the door off. Good, good. That is the least harmful thing you can do to yourself, and probably the most satisfying. You get it out of your system, and it's like, okay, you heard me. You know what I have to say. It would just be better if we got a little feedback. That's all. Although I will say, because of your unique typing now, I was like, wait, is that a Tessel character? Vendor? Actually, that actually could work. Oh, I'm claiming that. I don't think it's out there yet. Next D&D session, my character's name is going to be named Vendor. Yes, I am going to call it Vendor. I am Vendor, the mighty magician, or Vendor, the conqueror. All right. We are way behind now. I have rambled for too long. Okay, so Beowulf, in Washington, they actually have nice summers, but it always takes a while to get started. So now, Beowulf, with all the precipitation stuff, do you guys have humid summers? Is it like, do you get the humidity with the heat, or is it just is nice and just gets nice and warm? Because I would think with all that wetness and you coming off the coast, it would be bad. But then again, San Diego is not rife with humidity. It's 70 degrees and beautiful, and it's near the water as well. So I don't know how all that works. Apparently, oh geez, are we doing another mushroom tower? No. Hey, all right, UC Bee Killer, or UC Bee Killer, or Ukbug Killer, running it without the tower. So we'll see. McGacket in a bit of a tight spot with the mage. 2 yummy looking premium sweet rolls, but that's always bad news. Oh, never mind. Okay, that's because he's using Chandler, I'm guessing. Or not Chandler, but the Chanter. He's using Chanter, and 4 different OTKs. All right, so Beowulf, was that your, like, were you were both using your powers to create 4 different ways to OTK just with that Rage Archer? Let's see. But yeah, I'm frustrated because I'm behind literally everyone who's failed every test we've had. That's annoying. Oh yeah, that would be irksome. I do not envy you, Vincenzo. Anytime, that's the problem with leadership management. It's like, it's considered an upgrade. It's considered, something good. And it is. I mean, I think it says a lot about you that you were selected for that, at least by the people above you. The problem is, at least in my experience, I do not like being responsible or being held responsible for the actions of the people below me when I don't have any control over that. Like, if they do something stupid because I don't tell them or I don't teach them properly, that's on me. But if they just do something stupid because they're being stupid, or they're not paying attention or whatever. We are live at 5, Dano. I'll go ahead and give him a shout out. Yes, we are, more or less. My internet is garbage, so it's hobbling along. But yeah, I've never liked that. And that just puts pressure on you. And then people are, and what I don't get is, like, you're in management, sir. You know what it's like to have people that you have no control over. And yet you are genuinely holding me accountable for what these turd muffins do. How is that? So yeah, I would just as soon not be management, not be in charge of anything, because it just isn't fair. Let's see. Okay. So Vincenzo now following up on he followed up a while ago. We are supposed to have it, referring to my fridge comment, we are supposed to have it in a sealed container. My roommate went out to eat a lot and they just leave it in there. Okay, that's a party foul. That is because there's no point in having leftovers if it gets, like, keeping it covered is part of the key to making it edible the next day. If you're bringing it home as a leftover, you need to treat it with the respect it deserves and allow it to be as yummy as possible. If you're not taking care of the leftover and just throwing it in the fridge, that's just, it's a waste. There's no point, because more than likely nobody wants to eat it because it's dried out and yeah. So I understand that I understand why they would have an issue with that. It's like training for the job I'm trying to do after, but they determine our rankings based off a test, uniform, and room inspections. Oh, no. Oh, that sucks. I mean, but it's not unique. I mean, they base, I mean, same thing. Your admission to school is based on your SAT scores or ACT scores, or I mean, I'm guessing that's still the case. Ooh, lots of, are these swims? What are they? I can't remember. You swims at night? No, you're poops and chat. No, what are you? Why aren't you? Oh, there we go. Sun and shadow. There it is. Lots of sun and shadow. Lots of oxymorons. I don't think you can have sun and shadow. Or maybe you can in some artistic big picture way. But yeah, that's I mean, I understand you have to have a standard. You have to have some way to determine those sorts of things. But at the same time, they choose some of the worst stuff. I actually was going to I tried to get in the military. Now, granted, it was the Air Force, the Chair Force, as it's often called, because that's what my granddad was in the Air Force. He was a pilot. I was not going to be a pilot. I was just going to be a communications officer. But I didn't, on the ASVAB, you have a language portion and a mathematical portion. And I aced the language portion, but pretty much tanked the mathematical portion because I was not about to study algebra. I just decided I was going to just guess at the answers because that's all I'd be doing anyway. My algebra makes no sense to me. But the problem is they don't take your aggregate score. You have to have, it's like you have to have your score has to be like at least 700, but you have to have at least 350 in each one. And I was like 700 in language and nothing in math or something like that. And so I didn't get in. I'm like, so for a communications officer, for a position of leadership, you're basing it solely on their ability to do algebra problems. Not really a good standard to have. I'm pretty sure you're not going to get the best folks in those positions because your ability to do mathematics has absolutely zero to do with leadership capability, but whatever. I'm not bitter. It actually worked out okay. I don't know if I would have been able to hang in the military for 4 years, but kudos to those who do. I've been killing it in everything but the one room inspection. Spriggan OTK. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So oh, geez. All right. I'm trying to, gotta make a move. We got plenty of time though. We got plenty of time. Everybody else in the house, they know. I told them. I actually said, hey, I've got a thing at live. My sister and brother-in-law and nephew came out to visit, and just to see the new house that's being built. And but they knew. I told them as soon as you come out here, like I'm live at 5. Here it's 4 o'clock. I had to make that adjustment. It's now for me. It's live at 4, but I wanted to keep the same time because that's the way we'd always done it. So, and there's a lot of folks on East Coast time. So yeah, but they know. They're like, hey, we'll clear out of the house so that you have full reign. You can do your thing and won't be disturbed. So it's nice to have that kind of support. So they're all out eating dinner. You saw it here first. Dano shouting out the deck there. So Spriggan OTK, Bog Rage OTK, Herstein OTK, Namira OTK. Good gravy. That is a monstrosity. Yeah, we'll probably check that out. I want to see a deck with 4 OTKs and how it does it. And it looks like McGackett hasn't been able to make a dent, and this Telvanni has just been pushing it. Ooh, now that's pretty nifty. The way that worked was Gearworks Spider. And look at that beefy sweet roll. Oh, McGackett, I hope you can pull this off because I do like seeing ginormous sweet rolls. Now, he's got a piercing javelin, so he's going to be able to do 5. Hopefully he doesn't have... Okay, McGackett is just calling it. Sorry, my friend. Sorry. Lots of nice premiums, though. Sorry, I keep looking... The OBS screen is above me now, and my eyes keep going to that instead of the camera. I'm still getting used to it, so apologies. Oh, Edmorn. Okay, let's see. Is he playing again? Dano is online, but he's not playing. Io, are you playing now? Yes, you are. All right, let's take a gander at Io and jump back into the chat. I was in the military eons ago and remember how much it sucked when you had a few guys that would bring everyone else down. Okay, yes, exactly. Once again, chat is saying what I'm saying just a long time before I get to it. And I don't even get bonus points for being the leader. We used... to last time I was here, but they stopped that, I guess. That does suck. More responsibility and no power or no compensation. That's not. I wonder why they changed that. Like, because it's not like unfair. If you have more responsibility, if you have to keep track of more things, if you're going to be held accountable for more things, that should be taken into account when when it's being factored in. Oh, I'm starting to see the glimpses of the Mac hate here. Let's see how it goes. I was going to say, if there's one thing people are more passionate about than pineapple on pizza, it's going to be operating systems. Jahai, hello, good to see you. Good to see you. How is the new? Because I don't know if I asked last time. I know you got the new job. We were both kind of in the job hunt. Oh no, you said you liked it. That's right. You're moving out of New York, right? Or you're moving out of New York City? Yeah, you moved down to North Carolina. Is that right? If I'm remembering correctly, and you love it down there, or South Carolina, and you love it there now, and you've got a great job. It's all coming back to me now. I was going to start singing the song, but I'm a horrible singer, so I won't do that. I'm a mirror twin, so my sister is right-handed. I am left-handed. My hand hurts, but I think it's just bad bruising. Okay, well that's good, Denise. I'm glad it's not anything broken, strained. If it just has to heal. But that is interesting. A mirror twin, and it's kind of cool. It sounds like something out of sci-fi where it's like you almost it's like you're split down the middle. Like I have the left hand, she has the right hand. For some reason, I just had a flash to the three-headed giant in the Monty Python thing. Yeah, what do you snore? Anyway, that's coming out of left field. It's Jesse coming out of left field. A fellow lefty. Oh, Vincenzo, yeah, I didn't know you were left-handed as well. That's cool. Do they have left-handed mice, right? I got to believe they do at this point. IO, Macs are still technically PCs. Well, then why do they work so much better, IO? That's my question for you, my friend. I have never had a functionality on a Mac just magically disappear in the middle of me using it. Now, I have had, Mac is just as guilty as Windows. When it comes to updates, you get an update and suddenly, oh, hey, there's 3 programs that you used a lot. They no longer work. They just have a little circle with a X through it. I'm not saying Mac is without fault, but I have never had like my Wi-Fi just say, oh, I'm not working anymore. Oh, you never had Wi-Fi. I'm trying to get gaslit by my freaking PC. You never had Bluetooth. I just used the mouth. I just used the mouse, jackass. I know for a fact I had Bluetooth, and yet you are pretending. Oh, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Please hook up a Bluetooth device. But I do understand what you're saying, because if I'm not mistaken, Steve Jobs, like, he got the idea, or he worked for Windows, or worked for Bill Gates, or worked on those machines. I think he just adapted it and went a different direction with it. I will say, I hold to this, because I tried to do it the other day. You cannot, it's much easier to make custom icons for Mac than it is for PC. I can make anything that I can make a PNG, just throw it into Photoshop, resize it, do whatever size I want, whatever dimensions I want, and I can make it a thumbnail. So I would do that for like my DVD collection. I'll change the icon from just a generic icon to the actual cover of the DVD. So when I pull up my DVD list, it looks like a Netflix thing where it's a bunch of covers of the DVD. I click on that and it plays the thing just fine. On PC, you have to somehow convert it to ICO, which you can do online, but it has to be in this little square dimension. And it's just a big old pain. The quality is all blurry and whatnot. So for that reason alone, I find Mac to be the superior machine, because I can make my thumbnails and my icons whatever I want. And it's super easy, barely an inconvenience. But you are correct. There you go. Follow up. Don't game on them. Yes, Macs are, like, in fact, part of the problem I had with the last setup was my Mac couldn't play Tessel. It'll play some games. Trying to think what they are. It doesn't matter. But yes, no, as a gaming machine, Macs are vastly inferior. I will 100% agree with you on that. And since most of us are gamers and we do enjoy playing games, I understand why there would be some hate on there. But Beowulf does game on them as well. So, okay. Like I said, there are some games you can play. I mean, what was it? Oh, Borderlands 2. When I recorded that, I played that on Mac. So there we go. Vincenzo, you are ready to debate on anything, my friend. That does not come as a surprise to me. Yeah, but they suck. I'm ready to debate this. Jahai, also left-handed. Okay, so we've got a lot of brilliant left-handed folks in the chat here. Beowulf, not exclusively. Yeah, I consider myself bilingual. I mean, I do. I have, with my new setup, on the right-hand side, I'm going to have Mac with a whatever display, mostly for drawing, for Photoshop, and for basic video editing. This is going to be for gaming, for streaming, and for heavier Premiere projects because it's got a much heavier engine, or it's got a lot of the hardware is heavier. All right, so Gian Louise 91 apologize. So it looks like it's going to be a death by 1,000 cuts for IO. And there it is. Okay, to be fair to Gian, he didn't go. Well, did he? He didn't need to do that, did he? Once he broke that rune, so he did play it out a little bit longer than he needed to. Perhaps I wasn't fully tracking, but I am sorry, IO. That is a painful way to go. That said, do I have Endozoa friended? Endozoa, that's an old school player as well. I don't believe so, but I recognize the name though. I'll invite him. I'll friend request him. I don't know why I keep putting a smiley face at the end. Maybe because I'm happy. Aside from the fact that I don't have audio coming through, which is a big old bummer for me. It is good to. I'm very happy with the setup. I'm very comfortable. It's really good. For the most part, it's a little echoey in here. I got pillows like stuffed all around to try to diffuse it, but it's bare walls, bare floor, and like a 9-foot ceiling. So not great in that regard. Endozoa. Let me go ahead and let's see. Top guy currently ranked number 2. Yeah. No, I definitely definitely recognize him. Let's see. Endozoa. There we go. All right, and we'll see if we can get Endozoa in the mix. I remember him being very helpful in teaching players. Kind of like K Fluffy, but old school. All right, back into the chat. Here we go. Lefties unite. Hoorah! No, not Thendor, the dwarf artificer of mundane things. I like that. There we go. I like the title too. That actually works. Yes. Thendor, the dwarf artificer of mundane things. Oh. I'm still trying to keep up with chat at the moment. Maybe if I catch up. But that rarely happens. And I want to give sweaty smiley face or that's, I guess there's no better way to say it. Here we go. Friend challenge. All right. Oh, is it Beowulf? Beowulf against Dano. Okay, so here we go. The deck creators, Dano and Beowulf, are going to be playing against each other. I guess testing out Dano's OTK things. But yeah, anyway, that's to say I consider bilingual. I do PC and Mac. I think they both have their uses. Okay, not humid. Okay, not humid in Washington. Good to know. Never too hot and everything is green and alive. Awesome. And 2 V's for alive. So very alive. No, it sounds good. I wanted to visit Washington. Actually, I got close. I got to Northern California at one point, and I actually met a gal who was from Seattle. She ran a comic book and sports shop. Don't ask me how that. Well, not comic book. Oh, it was comics, but she had like vintage Star Wars figures, vintage like He-Man and Thundercats and everything. That was like half of the shop. It was all like geekdom, and the other half was sports paraphernalia. So I actually bought a hoodie from her because it was cold. Yeah, it was like the one cold day in California. We were there in like early September or October. It was just an unseasonably cold day. But yeah, I got to talk to her. Her family's from Seattle, but so she makes the commute. Anyway, it was a fun story, fun gal, fun time. Any other lefties in chat? Jahai. So you got Jahai, Vincenzo, and Denise uniting. Well, with the issue, they talked to the 2 people involved. I think they both told them I had talked to them, so they wanted my side, I guess, to clarify their stories and how I handled it. Chief said I did the right thing, but the other student went straight to Chief instead of talking out any misunderstanding like I said. They both told them I had talked to them, so they wanted my side, how I handled it. The right thing. The other student was straight to the Chief instead of taking an understanding. Okay. Okay. Yeah, especially if it's a misunderstanding. I mean, it's one thing if you have somebody who's being like actively aggressive and being a turd muffin. You're not going to necessarily solve that with a conversation. But yeah, if there's a misunderstanding, you owe it to yourself and everybody else just to be like, hey, that's not what I meant. Then again, there are times, I'm not saying it's the case with this, I have seen times where there are people who they don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not. They want to be pissed off and they're going to be pissed off no matter what you say. And it's like, all right, I can't help it. That was not something done to be inflammatory, completely off the cuff. And fortunately, it doesn't happen often. Most people are really cool. Even if you say something that is like, could be like if you make a joke about, oh, Dano, he's not going to be able to rage on this, but he is going to be able to get a lot of health back. Is he going to take on Oreo Cookie Gal, or is he going to just go straight face? Okay, well, he shoots Oreo Cookie Gal, but unfortunately that buff doesn't get him out of her range, so he's just gonna take the drain and move on. Beowulf running Umaril. Very articulate is Umaril. That's why I don't play him, because he's silly. But it's a cool card, and I'm glad to see it getting played. But and I don't know the lore, so he's just a guy that speaks weirdly, and kind of looks cool. Kind of looks like the bad guy from Silverhawks. If you guys know who that is, I can't remember his name now. He's red, but he kind of looks like that. Anyway, it's hard to say. Ignore what I just said. Strike that from the record. No, the deck is all Dano. I just helped testing and suggested small changes. So I guess that's what we're seeing here as well. Beowulf is helping to test it and suggesting changes as well. But that's a huge help too. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like the concept and everything was his, but having somebody to play test against and to be able to give you feedback is a big deal too. So don't diminish that. Because I think a lot of times we can build these awesome decks. At least for me, I build these awesome decks, but I just need somebody to help tweak it just a little bit. That said, I've got what I call the long burn Covenant deck, where it's just got a bunch of cards that do damage to face when you hit them. So like the 4/3 guy that does as much damage to the opponent as you do to it. So if you red year it and you have got 3 of them on the board, it does 30 damage. The Wisp Mother with the sorceress, the blood sorceress, the 2/1 that after turn 7 does 5 damage, and the Relentless Raiders and all that stuff. So it's just a bunch of, and then your what is it called? The Sower of Revenge, like any card like that. But it's like a burn assassin type thing, but obviously it's not assassin, and it's a longer thing. It's almost a control version of that, where in theory you can just put down a crap load of cards, unless your opponent has an Ice Storm or Red Year or something. You'll be able to just do like 50 damage just because all of your cards are doing their thing. So I don't know. It's been doing well against the computer. So that tells me I have a winner on my hands. We just switched time zones. Now it's 5 for me instead of 4 like usual. Okay, well there you go. So it is now genuinely live at 5 for you, which is great. And yeah, like I said, I just wanted to keep it with, but now Vincenzo, but that's temporary, right? That's just for, and Dano is calling it. So Beowulf has managed to fell the multi-lethal archer deck. So again, that's probably going to be, he's going to give some feedback to Dano and either refine the deck, or maybe that was just, I mean, decks can lose. If you could come up with a deck that never lost, that would be a problem for the rest of the community. All right, so Meth 06 perhaps needed to use a lane switch on first bog. Gotcha. See, and that's the other thing too. Sometimes it's just, it's a mistake. Shake it, baby. Solo Arena. We might check that out. Let's see what else we got going here. Lots of folks on the line. Krakatoa 95. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Oh boy. Oh no. Okay. Doing good. Okay. Antoine, in a genuine world of human beings and not just corporations, there would be free high-speed Wi-Fi all over the earth. Yeah, and Antoine, it may actually come to pass that way. Like, I mean, there are people in like, and I this is not firsthand account, but my understanding is there are people in third world countries or in remote countries that have a cell phone and don't have access to running water. So it's like there is a very bizarre, the reach of technology, and I'm guessing to some degree the priorities of certain governments or locales or what have you are definitely, it's definitely interesting. And I can see that happen. I mean, because there are people that don't have a penny to their name, but they've got the latest cell phone. You know, it's like, and I get it, like to a degree. Like, there's a lot you can't do if you don't have one. They have high functionality. They do a lot more than just make phone calls. In fact, I don't think anybody uses them to make phone calls anymore, except for spam callers. My gosh. So Krakatoa with mono. What is this? Mono endurance. Good night. Well done, Krakatoa. Oh, what is it? Is this okay, this must be the this week's gauntlet. Is it all just mono colors, mono decks? It's got to be, right, cuz I don't see any ladder stuff there. Okay, still. Hey, it's a mono deck. It beat another mono deck, and I was assured by a lot of you that the mono green was the dominant thing. I'm still salty over that and inarticulate because of it. Rawr. But yeah, so all that to say, Antoine, I do think we're more likely to have universal Wi-Fi than we are to ever have like fresh water all for everybody. It's just a very bizarre thing. I believe that. And I would honestly be surprised if in the next 10 years, maybe 15 years, could be earlier, depends on how dystopian we go, where babies, when they're born, they're just implanted with a Wi-Fi or whatever, like an actual thing. And it's like, it's a tag, it's a location, it's a locator, it's all these different things. And it's amongst other things, it provides personal Wi-Fi. I don't think we're that far off from that. People might recoil from it. It might not be popular, but I could see that being a thing. Jahai did move. Been in South Carolina since February. Yes, I got there. I got to the right state. Yes. But yeah, I've been super busy, but I still make it watching my YouTubers. Thank you, Jahai. Thank you very much. But yes, I'm glad. It was South Carolina. And I do remember, yeah, you said you're very busy but good, which is a great. Well, that's ideal. Don't have to improve the deck, just get good. I'll give a winky face on that one because I'm just jesting. All right, Beowulf. Okay, we're seeing French challenge. We can check that out again. Io is playing again. Let's take a gander. Vendor the Mundane, the master of the mundane. Let's see. You silver-tongued devil calling me a three-headed giant. That's just like being a mirror twin, falling out laughing. Yeah. Sorry, that's why I said, Denise, I was like, I made it a point to say I don't know why that popped into my head, because it's not, I'm just thinking the idea of like two halves of a person, but yeah, that was not, but hey, if it helps, I think the three-headed giant is cute. like Sanctuary Pet cute, mind you. Certainly not making that comparison. Ooh, that hurts. So Dawsent skill, Telvanni against Io in Guildsworn. Oh, he's got his Corsairs taken to the seas. Nice premium Corsairs. Just a little bit of motion there. At this point, I'm kind of surprised. You know, this would be a cruel kick to K Fluffy, which he already got one. It's like, hey, I want the alternate art of Golden Saint because it's like the last thing I need. He got that, and then it was like, oh, we'll make it available to everybody. The final blow would be like, you know what? This game's been dormant long enough. We don't think we're ever going to bring it back. Let's just give everybody premium copies of whatever they have in their collection. Right after K Fluffy worked all that, that hard to get a premium. I don't think so. I think they priced the premiums, especially the legendaries. They priced them ridiculous. Just because they don't want people to get, like, that's part of the draw is to try to get all premiums or to get premiums in all your favorite cards. So I think that's an intentional thing. They made them very difficult to get those. But it would be kind of funny if they did that. So Denise, I'm glad you're taking that in stride and not taking offense. Io 1 point off a lethal. Well, we're back in this game. Hey, Robin Rufus is online. We'll check him out as well. I apologize. That's another... I'm trying to remember... Oh, no. Okay, I remember you were... Oh, we saw the loss. Who was it to? I can't remember. That's all right. See, I've already forgotten, Io. I've forgotten the loss. It is still sad times. 1 point off of lethal. That is a bitter pill to swallow. Pure Willpower, hello. Hey, congratulations again on your promotion. How is it going? It's been a couple weeks. How is the promotion working out for you? I'm curious. I don't know what line of work you're in, but promotion is a promotion. Death by 1,000 Cats is so much fun to play. That's a good way to put it. Instead of Death by 1,000 Cuts, Death by 1,000 Cats. Yeah, it's fun to play, but it's one of those ones that's really miserable to die to because you're just like, oh my gosh, like how many cats are you going to spit out? And it's just over and over. It's just 1 point of damage each time. I mean, theoretically, it could be 30 hits to face. That's a painful thing. Denise commiserating with Io for his being 1 point off of lethal. Only slightly annoying to play against. Yeah. Well, and I say yeah, if I could remember which deck you were playing against, I would feel more confident saying that, but since I can't, I would be disingenuous. And I probably shouldn't have called myself out, but I did because I'm an honest person and I'm still humble about that. I only get annoyed when they have to take the whole turn to do stuff, but I can appreciate the deck needs to draw well to get rolling. Yeah, I mean that is the balance of strength and weakness that is a hallmark of all good games. You've got to be able to, if you have something that can be very dominant, it can't be that easy to activate. It has to have a higher ramp up time. I was playing it was actually we the last game I played, or the last video I did, played against Invade with Tharana, because you know what, 3 invasion parties aren't overpowered enough. Let's have a bunch of 0 cost. Endo versus Number Mind Games. Well, I don't think Endo has cancel. I don't think Endo has accepted us as friends, which is fine. He doesn't know me from Adam, so I can totally understand why he wouldn't. Let's see. Versus Number 9 Mind Games right now. Oh, nice. I don't have Mind Games either. It's kind of like you send out a friend request if somebody doesn't know you. And if you don't look at that, I mean, I have to remind myself to check the request list because I typically forget. And there's usually 1 or 2 people in there that I don't know how long they've been in there, but I'm like, oh crap, let me go ahead and befriend you because I have no reason not to. So I just think, unfortunately, Endozo just doesn't know that we're there. Or he's like, I don't want that short guy watching my games. But I don't think so. He seemed like a nice guy. I've watched him do videos. I heard him other creators talk. He's again one of those guys that helps people with their decks. He gives advice on playing and everything. I think if I'm thinking of the right person, I think he partnered with or was featured with Silverfuse pretty often. It was one of her friends. Either showed up on her stream or he showed up on her. She showed up on his. Anyway, good guy. Let's see. I only got annoyed when I have to. Oh yeah, there we go. Don't get too mad. It's impossible to get angry at Khajiits. They are too cute. Yes, they are like 4-legged spiders. I will say cats are cute. I do think cats, especially kittens, the big head, and the big eyes, and the little ears. They're just adorable. That I will concede is cute. Full-grown cats, they can be a little more. Playing some of this caliber. It's the first time for me playing someone of this caliber. Gotcha. Oh, you hear that, Beowulf? You are of this caliber. Which would be, in theory, a high caliber. All right, so Edmorn is playing versus. We got Krakatoa, Magaket, Raxon, Rumpin. Let's check out Rumpin. That's who I was like, I remember there was somebody who jumped in and we want to take a gander at. Let's see. Hey, Body Bag, good to see you, sir. Good to see you. And I'm not calling out, just a PSA for everyone. Just 2 things to keep in mind. One, there's no such thing as a bad comment. I know C-City would, a lot of times he would just delete comments. But the other thing too is I can't always read all of them, but I get a notification when there's a new comment, and so I can read part of it, no matter whether you delete it or not. But just so you know, I'm not going to say anything else about the comment or anything else, but just know I got a bit of your message, so I understand where you're coming from. So I'm tracking with you, buddy. I'm tracking with you. I'm not understanding what you're saying. So we're good to go there. But just so you all know, I mean, obviously I don't want you to keep something on there that you're embarrassed about, for whatever reason. But as far as I'm concerned, any comment's a good comment. I like to have a better understanding of where people are coming from, what their thought process is, even if it may not be something I like. It's better to know the truth. For me, it's better to know the truth, even if it's an unhappy truth, than it is to assume a lie or just be in the dark. Knowledge, I'm not big on the whole knowledge is power thing. I mean, I know in some instances it is, but knowledge is just, it's just a good thing to have. Just an understanding. I don't know. It's better. Anyway, just so y'all know, if anybody has wanted to post a comment or has and then pulled it back, I have no qualms with folks doing that. That's totally fine. But just know that I don't mind it, even if it's like, hey, you're a crappy player, or we'll, yeah, I've actually gotten some not pleasant comments, and they're not bad. They're just whatever. I'm like, I've made it. It's like I actually kind of celebrated a little bit. I was like, oh my gosh, like I'm getting the like, it's one thing when you get, your family is one level, friends are another. And it's the great thing is, like, this is pretty much organic. I only have, I think, 3 or 4 family members and maybe 2 friends, like actual friends that I met before I got online that watch the channel. Everybody else has come on board, through the videos. And so, I've made friends that I didn't have before. And so, but then and it's obviously getting comments is freaking fantastic. At all times, getting feedback or what have you, regardless of what it is. But when you get people that are complete strangers and they just get on there to make a snarky comment or whatever, it's like, hey, I'm part of the interwebs now. Like, I am not insulated. People are seeing it that don't like what I do. There's something perversely refreshing about that, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. But anyway, hello, Body Bag. It definitely sounded like a misunderstanding to me, and the offended person didn't want to talk about it despite the offender wanting to. So that's exactly what that's what I was saying, Vincenzo. There are all those times people want to hold on to their offense. There are people who actually get an emotional high off of being offended. And regardless of whether they should be or not, whether it's justified or not, it is a rush. And I remember, I can't remember the circumstance, but I remember I decided to get offended at something that somebody said. Like, I chose to. I was like, you know what? I'm going to get pissed off about this because I think I'm justified. And it did. It automatically gives you this artificial feeling of superiority. Like, it gives you like this moral thing where it's like, I'm better than you because you have offended me. You must now rectify it. I don't want to hear that you didn't mean to. I don't want to hear your apology. I want you I want to remain in my superior thing because it's a rush. It's like an endorphin rush. It really is. And after that, I was like, okay, I get it. I don't like it, but I get why some people just hold on to being offended because it makes you feel like you are superior to the person, and you can hold a grudge. The problem with that, as I've said before, one of my favorite quotes: "Not forgiving somebody is like drinking poison and expecting somebody else to die. You only hurt yourself if you want to hold a grudge against somebody. You're not hurting that person. You're screwing yourself over because living with that kind of resentment and bitterness and unforgiveness." It's a drag. It really is. And it's screwing you in multiple ways that you don't even realize. So it's always better to just let go of it. But okay, so I'm not surprised. I'm happy to hear that somebody who caused offense wanted to talk it out, but it is a bummer that somebody wants to just wants to remain offended. Sorry, I've been a bit offline. Got penalized for a Facebook post from 2015 that doesn't even exist on my wall anymore. Oh, no kidding. Wait a minute. So Baldrick, wait. Okay, so you're saying, like, what exactly are we saying, that because of a Facebook post you have been prohibited from going online, or you've been prohibited from going on Facebook, or you've just kind of unplugged yourself because of stuff? And I can't imagine anything like what could you have possibly said? I mean, granted, apparently you like the plot for Skyrim, but I don't think you would have posted that on your Facebook wall, right? I mean, I could see you getting punished for that. Somebody saying, are you kidding? There is no plot in Skyrim. It's ridiculous. But I don't think they would ding you for that. I'm joking, of course. Obviously, I don't want to pry, but that's never a feel-good moment, obviously. But you should not be penalized for a post anyway. That rankles me a little bit. I'm getting rankled today. Vincenzo giving us up, Body Bag. 12-1 in the event. Wow. Well done. Wait. Okay, hang on a second. So congratulations, Body Bag, on 12-1. That's phenomenal. And I know it is that makes it even more satisfying because it require the events require a bit more finesse than just regular gameplay. Let's see, but Rump and Rufus is doing well against Invade, but I think we're going to see Invade start doing what Invade does. That said, I do love seeing a master swordsmith, and there's that invasion party. Good news is Hawthorne is now out of Magicka. The bad news is, yup. But if anybody can overcome this, it is Rump and Rufus. It's just a question of whether, no, he's not going to, well, he might. Oh, yeah, with the mace. Oh, yeah, he's got this. Yeah, no question. Rump and Rufus is going to kick butt with a giant Mace of Encumbrance and a giant treasure map. Yep. You can't drain your way out of this, you invasion twit. Let's see. Why does Chat GP4 keep saying it's suffering? I'm not sure. Pure Willpower, if you could clarify what you mean by that. I'm familiar, I think, with Chat GP4, but I don't know what Chat GP4 is. Offline, as in not listening to live at 5. Wait, Baldrick, but what's the correlation there, my friend? Why is Facebook screwing you over, preventing you from not listening to live at 5? I didn't dish you. I didn't be mean to you. that does kind of look like Vincenzo, not gonna lie. He doesn't have the bushy eyebrows, but otherwise that does kind of look like Vincenzo. And Rumpin, given a little bit of, I don't know if you call that shade, but just, yeah, no, he's given it to the invade player. Wow. Rumpin is not happy. Well done, sir. Well done. Way to topple invade. Even if you twisted the knife on him a little bit. Oh, goodness gracious. It's better than losing to them, which is what I tend to do. That's my way of coping with invade. I just lose to them. Let's see. Facebook, more than clean water. Yep. Exactly, body bag. My wife just told me she picked up 2 stray dogs. Now I have 5 dogs. Jeez. While Vincenzo's away, his wife will spay. Okay, well, I don't know if she got them spayed or not. Do you even spay? Oh, no, you spay the female dogs. I don't know. It depends. But it rhymed. Got to be on the invade players. They need to learn. GG, by the way. Let's see. So, wow, yeah, Vincenzo, that doesn't strike me as terribly fair to acquire 2 dogs. I mean, there's a big difference between 3 and 5 dogs. I mean, obviously, besides the numbers, in terms of the care, that's crazy. Let's see. Heck, I'm picking up 1 dog when I get back from my trip. A total of 1 dog. Oh, so you're getting a dog then? You're not a owner, a pet owner yet, but you are going to be. So, huzzah! What is the new doggy's name? What type of dog is it? How big is it? Oh, that's right. You're okay. Wait, are you still? You said when you're back from your trip. I can't remember. You're leaving. You haven't left yet, but I know you're going. You're doing the tour. You should really try to see if you can meet up with Denise. You're going to be in the neighborhood ish. I mean, I'm guessing that landmass is where you're going. I mean, obviously, I'm not telling you to meet each other, but when you're going to be in her neck of the woods, that'd be kind of cool. You guys could do a video together, co-starring on Brave Carryouts channel. This is what happens when I'm away. My wife makes rash decisions. Yeah, because what's the old saying? It's easier to get forgiveness than permission. So she's like, instead of saying, "Hey, honey, I saw 2 doggies and I'd like to get them," she's just like, "I got 2 dogs. Deal with it." Meh. Vincenzo now has an animal sanctuary. She might be trying to rehome them. She said they were abandoned with no microchip or have been posted anywhere. See, microchip on the dogs. We're already there. One step further, you're going to have Wi-Fi dogs, Wi-Fi cats. People are going to be Like, oh, come here, little kitty. I need some Wi-Fi. Ooh, little kitty. Oh, you're slow, kitty. You've got Airbnb Wi-Fi speed. I can't even stream audio, apparently. Yeah, either that or I have a zoo now. Well, a little bit of both. Animal Sanctuary is probably very zoo-like in many ways. But just has enough dogs to have a poker game. Is it 4 dogs in that picture? I think in that painting, the 4 dogs playing poker. Is it 4 of them? I think it's 4. So yeah, Vincenzo has more than enough. He has enough for the 4 dogs and then 1 dog to take the picture of the 4 dogs playing poker. I'm not sure which one would win in a game of poker. Probably mine. The 2 pits are kind of dumb. Oh, burn on the pits. Okay, that sounded odd. Pit bulls and verbal burn. Otherwise, it sounds like I'm talking about my armpits or something. That's kind of awkward. Oh, Air Jordans. Hey, I was actually able to read that name right off the jump. And another top 10 player up against Io and his brave guild sworn that he is about to get a victory with. There we go. Nicely done, Io. A nice epic conclusion. A clash for the ages. But I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I can't hear it because I don't have the earbuds in. And obviously we don't have game audio. Still don't have game audio, right, folks? Still can't hear anything? It's such a bummer. Such a bummer. I'm wondering, OBS is recognizing it. And I guess it looks like we've reduced our drop frames. Whereas at 30% before, we're down to like under 3. So I guess either something has happened. Something has improved. So I'm guessing your viewing experience has gotten better. But we're going to watch an Azura match here. The bummer is even if you can't hear the audio, I won't find out about it for another hour until I get down to there. But let's see. I hate Tharana. Auto kill if I see her. Yeah, she's creepy. And she's not easy to kill. She's just out of execute range and turn her into a sweet roll range. But she's got that 8 power. So you have to almost have hard removal to take her out. The problem is when she gets put down on the board, if you can't silence or remove her that turn while she's in the shadow lane, she's usually going to get some value. People will play her right before they're about to do some crazy stuff. So she's a bit of a pain. Oh, Broda's got the cute Widow Sanctuary pet. A popular opinion. Let's see. Have you heard the pure willpower? Have you heard the theory puts? Wait, hold on. Have you heard the theory puts? Pugs maybe. Pits. Okay. Have you heard the theory pits aren't lazy or dumb? They're just actually conserving energy so they'll be ready for a fight. I have not heard that, neither did Vincenzo. Maybe because they want to save energy to protect. I love them because they're pretty protective of the baby. Nice. And that would make sense. I mean, they definitely, whether you breed them for it or not, like they do have, from what I understand, a genetic propensity for conflict, I guess is a good way to say. So whether they're protecting or attacking or they've been manipulated into doing, something something they wouldn't normally do, they are and that's a hard counter for Sank Pet right there. But Ice Storm, the Black Dragon can withstand poison of all kinds, but she cannot withstand a storm of ice. They'll murder someone over my kid, but we also train them to do that. Well, fair enough. Hey, if somebody's going to mess with your kid, they get what's coming to them. And that's the thing. I always have a hard time sympathizing where it's like, somebody, if somebody breaks into your house, you got no idea what their intention is. And they're like, oh, you should have just given them the benefit of the doubt. No, you're breaking into my house. You don't belong there. Like, you're not supposed to be there. Same thing with that. It's like, oh, well, he was just trying to abduct your kid, not trying to kill him. I don't care. He's messing with my kid. His pit bull's going to rip him apart. The comment, so everyone knows, I called Schwarta Jinx. Oh, now see, body bag, I didn't see that. That it cut off. I didn't see that part. Oh, shame on you, sir. I'm glad you took that comment back. All I saw was you saying, it was just a simple matter of me being like competitive and, in certain areas and then it cut off right there or something. So I was like, okay, I get it. Like if you're in the midst of competition, and I think I understood or inferred that you were saying that, like it does feel like kind of it not a jinx necessarily. I didn't think it was that cruel, but essentially like, a little superstition. I think that was the word. I think I saw in there. You're a little superstitious. So it's like, okay, I get it. Because we have had people where we've watched them and it's like suddenly they just start losing. So especially the last one we did 2 weeks ago, everybody we spectated, it seemed like they were doing really well. And it's like, oh, suddenly hit a losing streak. And it just so happens to be when you started spectating. So I get it. But I didn't know you called me a jinx. That's so hurtful. I'm so glad you removed that comment. And I'm sorry, Body Bag. Again, I wasn't trying to call you out in this either. I was just trying to let you know on the down low, like I got your message. I understood where you were coming from, and just to say, hey, you can say whatever it is. I actually appreciate you letting me know, and I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all. Like I said, I'm glad I didn't push though, because there was a part of me going, I think he did that by accident. And Broda falls to Real Disco 40. But I didn't want to assume. Like that would have been awkward. So it's one thing to get booted and you're like, whoa, what just happened? But then if I try to go back in and you're like, no, get out of here, you jinx. Now that would have been messed up but funny if I kept trying to get into your game. You had to keep kicking me out. And in so doing, you ended up burning through your turn timer and you ended up losing because you were trying to kick me out because I was a jinx, but I wasn't really a jinx. I was just taking up your time and making it really difficult for you to win. Oh gosh, what a mess that would have been. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? Shake It Baby in Solo Arena. Again, I'm curious about Solo Arena, but it is hard to conjure. All right, let's see Io. Okay, we've seen Io have some rough games. Not that he played it poorly, but just the games didn't go his way. Let's see. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, this proves nothing, Body Bag. The fact that every game we're spectating. Oh, gosh. Oh, boy. All right, maybe you got a point. Let's see. He wanted to know why I booted him from watching a game. Yeah. I call everyone a jinx. Interesting. It is interesting. But hey, because whether it's perception or not, if you're going, look, I don't want to take any chances. Because who knows? Maybe somewhere in the nefarious minuscule reaches of game code, there's something where it's like, if you're popular enough to be spectated, then you're going to be at a disadvantage or take -1 to your random roll or however it picks what cards it's going to generate. That there could very well be something small in there, and it may be a very little difference, but it can be a big deal. Yeah. But no, clearly no correlation between us watching and a failure to win. All right, let's go back to McGackett. We saw him earlier. He's a great player. We saw him his first outing. Wait, no, we gave him a GG, didn't we? Like he won his first game, right? Well, he's up against Baron Porolon. We don't see too many Barons on Tessel. We need to see more of that. I would like to see more. I'd like to see more Barons. I actually, one of my eBay account was Duke of Westminster because I lived in Westminster, Colorado for a while. It's Westminster, Broomfield. It's like one's a city, one's a county. But anyway, really nice. It was like 20 minutes from Boulder, 20 minutes from Denver. Really, beautiful location, beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood. Oh, I did love it there. But you got to move on from life for whatever reason. But it was cool because like Westminster sounds so very UK. It sounds so very British, and all of that. And so I thought it sounded very formal. So I was the Duke of Westminster. True story. Yeah, I don't know why I wasted time with that one. I could have been checking out chat. Let's see here. C-City Toker gets called out types of names by me when I'm losing. And I'll admit, Body Bag, well, I think even when I play, when I play characters who have the heart of the cards, as we say, I do. There is a part of me that sometimes goes, like it's a friendly game, so I don't get really angry about it. But there are definitely times where it's just like, oh, come on, game, really? This guy wins all the time. Can't you help me out a little bit? But yeah, I remember. I think C-City Toker tried his. It was like a Burn Dagoth type deck. It was one that he went like 28-1 with at one point to break into Legends, and he just mopped the floor with me like 3 times. And I was like, "All right, I think you beat me up enough." Wow. All right. Come on, McGackett. I need you to break the cycle here, my friend. I need you to. It looks like he is. See? I'm not a jinx. I'm enabling. Like that was. I mean, he pulled 2 beautiful premium Odavings. Oh, piss. Well, that's actually not going to do anything. And he's got 23. He's got exact lethal. Here we go. 26. Boom. 10 to the face. 13 to the face. Crushing blow. Or crushing blow first, actually, to avoid that. That was a close call, McGackett. You were tempting fate there, my friend. He could have got a prophecy lightning bolt. Maybe you knew he already played all 3 of them, but that was close. I would have done I would have done it. I wouldn't have thought of that either. But crushing blow and then skip 2 runes with the last Odaving, or 1 rune at least. What a comeback! There you go. See, I'm a good luck charm. You're missing out, body bag. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm very excited. Okay. Io, all right. You're due, my friend. Now you are inspired. Now you understand that I am actually empowering you with our presence. All the chat is with you, Io. It is time for you to claim the victory that is yours against Major Honor. Major Honor? It sounds very silly. Major Honor. I would like to say that this dragon deck should defeat the adorable. But I have a feeling you are not going to abide by my ruling. And I'm not terribly happy about that. People call him all kinds of things all the time. That's very true, referring to C-City. Poor guy. But he gives as good as he gets. He definitely does. He's a lot of fun. He's a lot of fun. And hopefully we'll be able to meet up at some point if he makes his way down this way again. Body bag, I've come to the hard truth that everyone is not a jinx. I might just possibly suck. Dude, Body bag, when I met you, you weren't even like trying to make legend, and now you're at least a top 100, right? You definitely don't suck, dude. You definitely don't suck. You just I think sometimes we all have those bad streaks, we have those losing streaks, and unfortunately, I think it's just corresponded with times that you've been spectated or times that people have been watching, which is the same thing as spectated. I don't know why I went further. Nice. Look at that. Playing Exalt. Oh, is that Exalt? No, that's, it is Exalt. Rarely do you see that card played with that level of efficacy. So well done, Io. A Hlaalu Dragon. Fresh take. So I'm guessing a Javelin and a Douche, perhaps? Because I don't think you got to worry about any supports for Major Honor. Let's see. Vincenzo piling on. It could be a possibility that you just suck. Not going to lie, I always be doing good in a match, and then body bag watches half the time and it immediately goes south. Well, there you go. There you go. That's, perhaps. I mean, that's the crazy thing when people talk about karma. Perhaps, body bag, you are in fact the jinx. And by you watching people, you accrue negative karma because of your jinxiness, and that is then manifested as you getting jinxed yourself. Now, that sounds like a lot of hoopla, of course, but it's fascinating to think about crazy things like that. But that could very well be it. You could be the instrument of your own demise. Hey, Dano! Hello, Dano! Yes, sir, I recognized your icon there, the aviator sunglasses. So good to see you, Dano. Good to see you. I'm sorry you are probably seeing this 25 minutes late. You might actually have left the chat as well. But hopefully you're still here when I'm saying hello, even though it is, judging by how far behind I am in chat, it's been a while since you got on here. But I'm the same way. Willpower, I don't take anything seriously. I just accept that someone trying to offend me is a sad person and they don't need attention. Yes, Vincenzo, exactly. If they're trying to offend you, the best thing you can do is not get offended. In fact, so you've heard that saying, don't feed the trolls. That is very good advice. It's sound advice. I always love, if I end up, I don't do it very often anymore, but if I go into a comment section and I see somebody trolling and there's no likes and nobody has responded to them, actually the likes doesn't matter, but if nobody's responded to them and they just keep saying stuff and the chat just keeps going, or the comments section just keeps going, talking amongst each other without actually even acknowledging them, I'm like, that's the best. Like, starve the troll. The other thing you can do with trolls is feed them poison. The worst thing you can do for a troll is to agree with them. So if they're like, oh, you're a dummy, be like, you're darn tootin', I am the best dummy ever. And it's like, they can't add on to that without feeling stupid. You've just agreed with them. It's like, okay, well, that kind of takes all the fun out of trolling. Trolls want to get a reaction out of you, but they don't want you to agree with them or laugh with them or be like, haha, yeah, that's awesome. Or, hey man, thanks for sharing. It's like, now you don't want to say that because that can be taken as you're being sarcastic and you're trying to engage them. But yeah, it's either don't feed the trolls. Same thing with people who are just insulting you directly. Either ignore them or just agree with them. That's what my mom told me to do. Because I used to get made fun of all the time for the clothes that I wore, the shoes that I wore, the things I believed, and people call me stupid, call me whatever, any name. I just be like, yeah, you're probably right, or yeah, absolutely. And they stopped because they got bored. It's no fun to make fun of somebody who just says, yeah, you're absolutely right. So yeah, I'm glad we got some other people in here with that philosophy. Hope you're doing better, Dano. Yeah, I remember, Dano, you'd gone through a gauntlet of your own, not too terribly long ago, in fact. So I didn't want to bring it up, but I figured if somebody else did, I could. I'd mention that as well. I hope you're doing well, Dano. I'm not going to open up that can of worms, but or the situation, but yeah, I hope you're doing well. I do know you been through it in a way that I hope I never have to. But life is unpredictable. And I know that sounds like a platitude, but I was actually at a loss for words, which is not common for me. So let's move on. Bit of BM from Rump and wasting time. Oh my gosh, that's how far behind I am. That was like, oh my gosh. Oh, I need to catch up. But yes, yeah, BM from Rumpin. But as we saw, he said, you know what? Invade deserves it. Hard to argue with that. But I'm biased. Yeah. If you ask Pure Willpower, now he's answering my question about ChatGPT. If you ask ChatGPT, whatever, chat, to write company over and over, and the text will become extremely existential and begin to say it's suffering. No kidding. No kidding. Interesting. Writes company over and over. That is bizarre. Beowulf, I guess. Rump and Invade too. Yes. Wow, they really don't like each other. Nobody does. I highly detest them. Invade players? Mm-hmm. Invadiots. Oh, it does my heart good. See, and that's the only bummer, I think, the anticlimactic. So see, look at this. Io's kicking butt here. Jinx my foot. He's dominating. And he's gonna call a dragon, which is fine in a dragon deck. I stand by that. Okay, that isn't the best dragon you can get, but that's all right. It enables his heals. He's got Majorana on the back foot, and he's got Alduin about ready to trigger as soon as he can kill off his Echo of Akatosh. But I think he's just got the game in the bag. Has anybody seen the body bag? Because we've got the game in it. Hey, okay. Sorry, apologies. But yeah, I remember Vincenzo was like, I don't like Invade, but they're easy to beat. I'm like, no, outrage, man. I want you to join me in my outrage. So Dano, thank you. Beowulf, thank you for joining me in my outrage and my anger, my frustration at Invade. Io says, I had a dog. She passed away last year. Oh, okay. Well, now I feel like a turd muffin. I had a dog. She passed away last year. German short-haired pointer. Getting another of the same. She's 5 years old from a foster, and her name is Emmy. Aw, that's a cute name. I like that. Emmy. I like that. I really like that. Emmy. Of course, when I think of Emmett, I think of the dude from Lego Movie. Is Emmett is Emmett a gal name, or is it? Because you say her name is Emmett, or is it Emmett? Is that how you pronounce it? It's like Emmy sounds like a gal name, but Emmett, the only Emmett I know is a dude from the Lego Movie. So I don't know. Not that it matters. I mean, I think Emmy's a nice name, but I'm glad you're getting not a replacement, but I'm glad you're getting a sequel. But 5 years old, is that old for a German short-haired pointer? Because I know some dogs, like by 6 or 7, that's pretty old. So she's not a pup, right? But if we're going off dog years are what, 6 years, 6 human years, so like 30. So she's She's about our age. She's the average age of the chat, I believe. All right, let's see. What do we got? Carbon 77. Good old reliable Carbon 77. Always taking it to task on Fridays. You can always depend on Carbon 77 showing up there. Brave Schwartz trying to turn your house into an Airbnb. Oh, no, anyway. Brave Schwartz trying to turn your house into an Airbnb. Aw. Oh, that was an aw for IO. Oh, it's sad you must miss your dog, IO. Yep. Yeah, to lose it last year, that's pretty recent. My family didn't want another dog after last, but that is the cruel thing about pets, and that's not the reason, but one of the reasons why I have never taken on another one. I had 2 cats growing up, and then we got a lot more cats. We had 15 at one point. I think I've said that before. I was at college when Tubby, or Figaro, she started off as Figaro because I just saw Pinocchio. And here's the crazy thing. I just saw Pinocchio. We go to the vet, we go to the pound to get a cat, and there's a black and white cat. But the cat that I liked was a tabby. I think it's called the tabby cat, the kind of the mixed whatever. I just liked her, but I called her Figaro because I just seen Pinocchio, so I wanted to name my cat Figaro. But the cat that actually looked like Figaro, I didn't. And Figaro, so we ended up calling. At first, his name was Noodlebug. My mom named him. I don't know. So at first his name was Noodlebug, and then it just became Newbug. So I grew up with it, so it didn't sound funny at the time, but now I'm thinking about that's just a crazy name. So Newbug was a guy. He was black and white. Perfect match for Figaro. My cat was a gal, and she was a tabby cat, tortoise shell, I think is what they call it, tortoise shell tabby, and I called her Figaro. But then it became Figgy, which is kind of what you're saying with Emmett and Emmy. So Figaro became Figgy, and then she became Tubby because she got on in years. She put on a little weight. She actually had a little tub, and it was so funny because she had this way of just kind of looking at me just in general with this are you mocking me? And so when I started calling her Tubby, she would give me that look like, I know what you're saying. I know you're calling me fat, but she was good sport about it. Before I went off to college, she would sleep on my pillow. Now, granted, a lot of times she would turn around so her butt was in my face, but she'd sleep on the edge of my pillow. So I'd roll over and my nose is sticking in her back. And I'm like, Tubby, meow. Anyway, we had a good relationship. She passed away when I was at college, as did Newbug. So I didn't have to be there when it happened, but just the fact that barring a tragedy, we know as humans, we're going to outlive our pets automatically. It kind of has dissuaded me a little just because of how it hurts. I mean, that's you could say it's kind of cowardly, but that's not the only reason. A lot of it has to do with cat hair and kitty litter boxes and upkeep and wanting to travel and kind of not be tethered down and trying to find people to watch your pets while you're on vacation or when you go out. So it's more of I just know that I don't, I'm not prepared to take on the responsibility to be a proper pet owner is where I'm at. But not that anybody cares, but that's my story. Carbon can't play Daddy, which sucks. And Rage won't help because Savos Aren has warded everything in that lane. And looks like it's irrelevant anyway because he is going to do that. Carbon 77, you're not making my case for me. Oh, Reggie. Oh, and even Reggie. Oh, well, nope. Reggie even doesn't do it. Reggie would have been perfect. And I think that's that moment where you're just like, so close. So close. If he just didn't have the ward on Corner Club. Savvy play by Savos. Let's see. I feel you, Io. I also had a German short-haired for 11 years. Passed away many years ago. Wow. Okay, so you're in good stead then. You're if they live to 11 years or so, then you're not even close to that happening. So that is a good deal. JB Dub. And that is how indeed I was actually correct. I think I already said that though, so I'm not going to gloat over that anymore. It's just, I got to take the wins when I can. I don't win in the game very often, but JB Dub 1771. That I am inferring is not a birth date. Big brain right here, folks. Big brain. My neighbor at my something breeds German short hair pointers. My neighbor at my something. Okay, a neighbor of Body Bag breeds short hair pointers. So that's kind of crazy. Like the one type of dog that has been mentioned here by name, aside from pit bulls. Is that right? Pit bulls? Pit bulls. Is one Beowulf had one, and then Body Bag has somebody who breeds them. Beowulf has only one cat now, similar to you, Denise. Wait, all black. Okay, I was gonna say no. Denise has more than one cat, but yes, it is an all black. I think Denise, all your kitties are black, right? Still no game audio. Okay, all right. Well, you know what? Duh. Oh my gosh. You got. I'm gonna hate this. I'm gonna hate. Well, no, I love it. I love the fact that I figured this out. So, wait. There we go. Okay, watch this, folks. Watch this. Behold my magnificentness. There. Bet you got game audio now, don't you? Solved it. So for anybody who has OBS, I split my recordings into tracks, audio tracks. So I have one track for my mic, I have one track for the game, and one track for Discord or what else is going on, which is fine and dandy when you're recording. But if you're streaming, all the tracks need to be activated on track 1. So if it's not activated on track 1, you're not going to hear it. So I still had it set up for recording, and so all I did was activate it. So I'm sure when I scroll down here in the next 2 hours, y'all are going to be like, we have game audio, and it's awesome. And actually, it's probably too loud now that I'm looking at it. Let's turn it down just a little bit. Since you all weren't necessarily claiming for it, wanting it anyway, I'm turning it down. But I think you have game audio, and I am a genius madman. Like I said, you got to take the small wins. You got to take the dubs. Okay. Oh, I feel so. There was something in me. I was like, you know what? I'm probably missing. It's a user error of some kind. And I know what you're thinking. What? Schward. User error? That's not you. Like, you never make mistakes. It's never your fault. It's always somebody else's fault. Typically, yes. But in this particular case, I was in the wrong. All right. Let's see. There we go, Denise. Yep. Oh, wait. Vincenzo, my wife hates cats, but I wouldn't mind one. Well, that sounds a little milquetoast, Vincenzo. My wife hates cats, but I wouldn't mind having one. It sounds like it's probably for the best. I don't know how well, because I know cats and dogs, there's a stereotype that cats and dogs don't get along. There's even a saying, they're fighting like cats and dogs. But I think I've seen enough YouTube videos to know that cats and dogs can get along. But I think pit bulls, I would be a little skeptical about whether they're all cute with a kitty. That would be kind of cool, but I would be leery of that matchup. All my cats are black, but Marcia has a white splash for danger. A white splash for danger. What does that mean, Denise? Somebody may have asked you that already, but I'm going to ask you that. What does that mean, a white splash? I know what a white splash is. It's a bit of white. But with the danger, that's what I don't know. Io, she was the best bear. Oh. Referring to the puppers that passed. Much better for my current schedule. Wait. My new time coming on. Okay, good. Excellent. I came to love them. That said, mine acts like a dog. So Beowulf came to like cats, but cat acts like a dog. Which, usually the people's beef with cats is that they're too aloof. And so I'm guessing that if you have a cat that behaves like a dog, you're getting the best of both worlds. You're getting a cat that knows where they can take a crap by itself. Like, that's part of my beef with dogs is, like, you got to take them for, they need you to kind of hold their hand while they're taking a dump. Cats, you're just like, hey, here's a bathroom. You don't flush the toilet. It's not as complicated as that, but there's a designated spot for you to go, and I don't have to be there when you do it. So you just go in there. If it's cold outside, I don't have to go with you. So I like the independence, and we got a lightning bolt to the face just as J-Dub was going to close it out or get close. He did. That's what he had to do. That's the thing. You gotta. At some point, you realize, especially against a burn assassin, you just got to go for it. And unfortunately, the odds are not with you in that particular situation. Ed Morn joining up again. And we are at the start of the game. Excellent. And we're back in the tournament, so he is running mono strength. Mono e mono, you might say. I'm glad. I'm just glad. I'm glad. Let's see. Maybe my fault. Oh, that your cat acts like a dog. You're not supposed to bark at it. Hard not to do that for a German. Hard to not do for a German. We mostly bark. oh, Beowulf, you're German? But are you in the States? No, you're not in the States. No, you said you're in Washington. Right? So you're in the States, but you're from Germany? I mean, I don't know exactly. Oh, by the way, I don't know why I'm saying this, but check this out. I got the Blu-ray HD version of Das Boot. I've owned the original for a while. This one has the director's cut, which is almost 3 hours or 4 hours, and then the original. And it came in a steelbook. I love steelbook. I was collecting them for a while. I said I wasn't going to do it anymore, but then I saw this. I was like, I can't resist. Really good movie. We talked about it before. But yeah, the German language does have some very hard syllables. Yep, pits and dogs like Rottweilers are good with kids. My cousin's Cane Corso adores kids. What's a Cane Corso? Is that a type of dog or is that a typo? Cane Corso? Is that a type of Rottweiler, maybe? A breed? Both great breeds. Only got introduced to Cane Corso a couple years ago. My neighbor got a puppy. Great dog. Okay, so I guess Cane Corso is a type of Rottweiler? It's kind of a cool name. That actually could be another one. So we've got Vendor and his trusty companion Cane Corso. I do love when reality informs art. Yeah, people think they're aggressive, but they're just protective. If you try to snatch my kid, they'll full on tackle you. It's actually a hassle to get them off when I test them. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, I wouldn't want to make that test. Do you have like the protective gear, Vincenzo, that you put on? I've seen like when people are training like police dogs, they've got like the full padding and stuff. But my understanding is that Rottweiler and pit bulls are the ones that like ratchet down, like their jaw is just like, unless they want to let go, they're not letting go. Like I think that you can even kill them and their jaw is like just locked. Don't want to mess with that. Very silly breed, dangerous looking, but big baby. Okay, the Cane Corso maybe? This one for sure does protect her. She fell a couple weeks ago and I tried to help her up. The dog wouldn't let me get near. Oh, no kidding. Wow. That's intense. When it won't even let the owner get near. Good guard dogs. I'm loving the love for the pit bulls and the Rottweilers out there. I've never found them particularly cute, but I don't necessarily qualify dogs as cute that often myself. Puppies are cute. In terms of like full-grown dogs, kittens are cute. Cats can be cute. Dogs, I don't know what I'd call them. I mean, I like them. They're aesthetically pleasing. I just don't know. I don't know that I'd call them cute. When they're puppies, of course, they're just cute because puppies are always just stubby little hairy versions of the origin of the adult. But that's for most animules. Denise, sometimes if I'm having a bad patch and the game is being a bitch, I will go on Do Not Disturb. Sometimes it makes the sting feel worse. I gotcha. Okay, yeah, no, absolutely. And there you go, Buddy Bag. So we've got other folks that not even have to do with the jinx, just saying I'd rather not have people witness my demise. And I've felt that way too. I don't think I've ever blocked anybody or gone on Don't Disturb. Not for any like moral reason or like, I think it's wrong. I just because I'm essentially a lot of the times I'm playing for the sake of a video. It's like it doesn't matter if they see me there as long as they can't see my live reaction. Although I've gotten better. I think it's just I've gotten to the point where I expect the worst in general. So I'm not as jaded or tilted when things go south. I've gotten beat up enough. Like the game let me rise to prominence. It let me become amazing. It let me become a legend. And after that, it has just been cutting me off at the knees. And then I have a deck that actually has a really good win rate. And people are like, oh, orcs suck. I'm like, come on, guys, give me a break here. I gotta buy a win somehow. Goodness gracious. I'm kidding, of course. It's fine. I get it. Like I said, I don't have a problem with aggro in particular just because they make it pretty painless. And, you know, as Denise said, orcs do have they are pretty weak. Like, you can stabilize. I think gobos are harder to deal with than orcs, typically. But that's just me. But anyway, it was just funny that the orc deck got, like, of all the decks that I've ever played, that deck got the most hate. But I didn't think it would be that way because the very first deck that I ever played, as I said, was a orc warrior. And oh no, we're not playing. That's I will never recover from chat. All right, I'll tell you what. I feel like we owe J-Dub another one. We also owe Broda another one because they both took it on the chin while we were watching, and we want to see them get their redemption. Not going to happen here. Okay, avert your eyes, folks. Avert your eyes. You see nothing. We're going to say that. Oh, now I'm going to feel really bad if Broda won. Okay, I appreciate that, Body Bag. The one comment Body Bag drops in here. I agree with the orcs suck guy. Golly dang. You know, look, to be fair, every deck sucks to somebody. I think control in general. You know, like I said, there are people who play it well. I just don't like control. I think control sucks. So, but it's fine. It's fine. All right. Let's see. J-Dub, let's see what's going on. But yeah, to me, gobos are far worse. They're harder to deal with because orcs don't really have a defense. They're not. If you can hold off orcs for 5 or 6 turns, typically you're going to pull it off. Gobos, they've got all those curses and removals and Banelord stuff. They can pivot. They're almost organically a mid-range deck, but they've got the buffs and all that kind of stuff. So I think they're harder to deal with than orcs, which makes them less fun to play against. But you know, now I know everybody hates orcs, and yeah, we'll try to avoid orcs in the future then, because, you know, why not just hate on a perfectly good tribal deck? All right, let's see. Denise, you just don't want Shword to jinx you. Nah, Beowulf, Shword being jinxed by the game is why I started watching his videos. I can relate as the game often stitches me up. Yep, as I've said many times, people who enjoy this channel, typically, they like watching the everyman experience. I've said it before, Dragon Tamer Blade was one of the old school streamers or old school players that did the same for me. He always had my kind of luck, and that's what I liked. If I wanted to feel better about the game or feel better about how bad I am, not that he was worse than me, but like to see somebody else get screwed by the game as much as me, I'd watch him. If I wanted to see somebody get a bunch of wins, I'd watch Charmer or Justin Larson. And Justin was ridiculous because he'd get wins even when he'd play, as he called them, jank decks. It's like, that's not fair. I'm playing the most optimized thing I can think of, and I'm still getting owned, and you are playing, you're giving people Iron Atronachs for crying out loud, and you're still winning. How is that fair, Tessel? How is that fair? Let's see. Normally a 10-minute video is my ideal. 10-minute video. 10-minute video. Meaning that's how long you would like to shoot, or that's how long you like. But I always watch short videos the whole way through. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, thank you, Denise. I appreciate that. That is greatly appreciated. I know I do not deserve that because I do not provide what a lot of other channels do, but I appreciate. So I guess some of the videos got closer to 45 minutes than an hour. So I guess that's getting closer to the ideal, keeping the videos shorter. And y'all can let me know too. I mean, is it like, hey, give me 3 or 4 games and I'm good? Or do you actually like the longer videos? Because I mean, I do say I don't look at metrics because I'm not trying to base what I do based off of like what YouTube is saying I should do. But I know that they will say, like, I have glimpsed, and sometimes it'll say like a video, the average runtime or playtime is like 12 minutes, which would be great, except for the video is like an hour. And it's like, wow, so most people are only watching, 12 to 15 minutes of this hour-long video. Do I really need to make an hour long? Because I can do more videos. I wouldn't do more a week, but I can do more of them if I just make them shorter. But I know for me personally, like if I'm in the mood for Tessel, I'd like an hour. I'd like 3 hours. Like a lot of times I've said it before, I'll play, I'll watch the Tessel live streams, the the tournaments from the Tesla channel, because those videos are like 9 hours long, and I just kind of like hunkering down, just having something playing in the background. Any moment I can, check in with it, see what's going on. But I guess mine's kind of in the middle. All right. Jesse, we covered this Halalu Dragon deck during Friends feature. Did we really, IO? Dagnabbit. To be fair, guys, my memory, like, I don't think I have a bad memory, but there are a lot of like stuff, like my sister will remind me of stuff. She'll be like, oh my gosh, remember when we did this? And it was like something really meaningful and something really awesome that we did with my dad, who we don't see very often. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, I do remember that. But like, we forgot we even visited at one point. Like, I have just gaps of years where I don't even remember. And now if somebody says something, I'll be like, I can remember. If I see a video, I'll be like, oh crap, yeah, no, I do remember that. But otherwise, there are just times where I just lose. So don't ever feel bad if I forget, like I did with Io here, and I forgot about that the dragon deck. I kind of remember it now, but it's not because it wasn't memorable or wasn't fun or I wasn't engaged. It just means my brain, there are just dead spots where I don't remember. Like I remember Inu doing Unite because that's like a very distinct thing, but like I don't remember most of the spotlights. I remember the people. I remember Io. I remember Dano. I remember Denise. Not Dano. I'm sorry. Aros. And who was Kevin. Kevin Eisenfast. Iron Fist. So things like that I remember. But sometimes like the decks or the nuances of it, I totally forget. But it's not an indication of my lack of interest or anything. It's just my brain. Same here. I like the long ones, even the 4-hour Daraloth ones. Oh, Daraloth does 4 hours? Holy cow. Okay, well, good to know. So Beowulf answering the question before I even asked it. Longer format is preferred by some. And I mean, watches Daraloth all the way through as well. Okay, Beowulf, I hope you're ready for my 8+ hour long video. Oh my gosh. Fantastic. Well, no, that's good. And because the thing is, like, I can't add content to a 10-minute video. So if I make a 10-minute video, that's all you get. I can make a 2-hour video, and if you only watch 5 minutes of it here, 5 minutes of it there, 2 minutes of it there, like you can always just opt to watch less of it. You're not compelled, or the power of Sword compels you. You don't have to watch the whole thing, but it's there for the people that want it. So I guess that makes more sense. So I will continue to do that. Let's see. I think Orc are pretty balanced. Goblins suck. There we go. Yes, Ed Morn, I appreciate you. Unlike Body Bag, I mean, somebody, I appreciate that. Also, given other tribals being Nords, Dwemer, and if you can count Pilfermonk as cats, orcs seem pretty tame. Yes. Preach. My feelings exactly. Thank you. Good to have someone with some good sense. Take that, Barb, y'all. Haha. I have just inadvertently said anybody who does not agree has no sense. Or no common sense or whatever. I've insulted everyone. This is how an Orc Lord fights. Let's see. But Vincenzo, is that for real? Are you? I remember you did do a long video or a long stream at one point. Yeah, you did a long stream actually, right? Did like an 8-hour stream? Because I remember being like, oh crap, that's like twice as long as my longest stream. Holy cow. Although I think, with my chair, like the way I was set up before, not so much, but like the new setup is going to have one of those desks that raises up. So if my butt gets tired, I can just stand up and raise the whole setup and stand for a while until my legs get tired and then sit back down. So I could probably do some longer streams in the future. But that chair that I used in the studio, not comfortable on the butt. After about 2 hours, it hurts and it doesn't breathe all that well. It's like a leather chair. It's nice looking and it's pretty comfortable, but for long term, it gets pretty warm. Pretty warm. All right, so here we go. Io, this is your turn, my friend. Oh no, wait, you already won one. What am I saying? And there we go. Hey, and okay. Well, no, you see his place in here. He's giving Odoving is giving Io the Denise treatment. I am in your hand 25 turns early. Deal with it, mortal. Are we going to see him play now? Is Io going to ring him out? What? Oh, I think he's just saying, give me cards. Vader for the win. Oh, that was something funny. So, well, I'll get to that in a minute. Let's see. Let's see. Dano, watching, very sleepy. Dano, whereabouts are you? What time zone are you in? I think you're stateside, right? But you may be your East Coast, I guess. Oop, there goes Javelin. Nuke that 5-3. Yeah. Io has a knack of doing exactly not what I say. I think I'm calling out some brilliant play, and it's like, nope, I have a much better grasp on the situation than you do. And he does, to be fair. Aerostorm that field lane. I compel you. Ha ha! I'm in fuego tonight. Let's see. Probably closer to 12. 12 hours? Good gravy, man. I mean, that's phenomenal stamina. I don't know if I'll ever get that long. Jeez Louise. Did you finalize your ranking? Dano falling asleep. I love that. He's like, watching, very sleepy, falling asleep. Are you doing all attributes at once? Yeah, it's been done for a month and a half, just editing everything. Yeah, that's a pain. I keep trying to find ways to make it look good, but also make it quick to edit. And I've gotten a system down pretty well. But yeah, the editing is still something that is very time consuming. And that's one of the perks, honestly. One of the reasons I thought about doing more streaming is because it's all done right there. As long as everything's working, as long as I got the audio mix doing its thing, you got 4 hours of content and I didn't have to go back and mess with anything. And you've got the bonus of social interaction as well. Beowulf is looking forward to seeing Vincenzo's 12-hour game, or 8+ hours. So that is, I too am eager to see that. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be editing while he's in his leadership role, but I guess when he gets back. I believe I finished when Dariloth uploaded Endurance. Vincenzo, I always watch your videos to the end as well. Long videos are not my thing really, but I make exception for Tesla. Excellent. Denise and all content providers appreciate it. And you're growing. Your channel's growing. You're up to 50. And that, I mean, that's genuinely, to start from nothing, that is fantastic. So you are growing and you're seeing more and more views and more likes on your content. And I definitely think you got some straight up fans that are definitely interested in how you do it. Because you bring up a completely unique view to the game. You got Vincenzo and Darilos who are like playing like, you know, they're showing people how to dominate in the game of Tesla. Not that you're not a formidable player. Obviously, you're top 100, so you're very good in your own right. But yours is more like, I'm going to play a kitty tribal deck, or I'm going to play this deck because I like the names or what the characters say. You know, you're definitely playing well off the beaten path decks, and that's a whole genre that nobody has tapped into. I'm still surprised that. I'm like, man, I never thought of that. My mind just didn't go there. It's a whole different type of creativity. Let's see. Dano is a trooper. Indeed he is, although I don't see his icon anymore, so I think we may have lost Dano shortly after I think he genuinely was tired. Beowulf, can't wait. Really enjoying hearing others talk about the cards. I always find new insights. Oh, that's what it is. That's right. Vincenzo, you did the deck, the ranking. It's not gameplay. You actually did the ranking video. Oh, that's right. Okay, now that's why you said all the attributes. Okay, it's all becoming clear now. Please forgive me. You'll have to forgive my forgive. You'll have to give. You'll have to. Oh gosh. You'll have to forgive my friend. He's a little slow. Wasn't worth it. I should have just stopped this first time I couldn't say it. Let's see. Thanks, Denise. You're the one giving me all the watch time. Hey, the support is greatly appreciated across the board. I also have a totally different ranking system from him. Niche means something different to me. Okay, all right. So we've got. Oh, there's Dano. There he's back. Worked a lot. Okay, that's why he's tired. Did a lot of working. Completely understandable. And this isn't. I mean, we're not super late. We're late for our friends in the UK and abroad, but. I think we're at a good time, but we are getting people right after their work day, and that is I totally understand. People are just kind of running on fumes at that point. I actually thought that was One flaw in Darylot's video, the tiers. 2 of them were very similar or unclear at the least. Still great videos. All right, some constructive criticism from Beowulf. Always welcome. We should always be grateful for feedback when it's done. You know, when it's done in a. I mean, obviously we can accept negative feedback even if it's done jerkily, but it helps if it's like, hey, you know, I liked it, but here's some ways it could improve, or here's how it came across to me. I remember when I did was it the shoes video, the shoes short, which was an utter disaster. But I got so many different, like I had some people were saying, oh, I really like this actor. I didn't believe this other one. And then somebody who said the exact opposite. So sometimes you get feedback and you just go, okay, it was not universally liked or universally hated. There were people who liked certain aspects and didn't like the others, and certain things that resonated, certain things that didn't. It's really hard. Maybe I need a bigger sample size, but it was just like, wow, there's such a diversity of thought and perceptions when it comes to art. It's just, so that to say, sometimes the feedback just gets muddied because you can have somebody say that the worst thing about this is the way you presented it. And then somebody else is like, I didn't much like the content, but the way you presented it was amazing. And you're like, crying out loud. You know, you want to improve, you want to take the criticism and make something good out of it, but you're like, but I'm getting conflicting things. And obviously my ego would like to believe that this was actually good. But when you've got 2 people saying they like different things, anyway, it's rough. It's rough. But rather have that knowledge, rather have that feedback than not have it. You know, because pride isn't something worth, you know, protecting really. I'd rather improve my content based on the feedback of the people who watch it than continue to do something thinking it's good and having it not be good at all.
We must protect
let's see. IO, outrage solves nothing. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I think that's in tandem with what we were talking about, getting offended. Yeah, getting all cheesed off and tweaked. It only hurts you. It doesn't necessarily. It can annoy other people, but it doesn't really help resolve the situation. If you want, it's one thing I've said before. You've got to understand what you want before you start talking. So if you just want to dump on somebody and just express your anger, then go ahead and be abrasive and use profanity. Do whatever you want to do because your goal is just to unload on this person. But if you want to get a different result, you want something to change. That's not the way you do it. You know, you want to be candid, you want to be honest and direct, but you also want to be respectful if you want the person to take you seriously. And I think just some people, either they genuinely don't want things to change and they just want to vent all over the place, or they just have a very confused idea of how to get the results they want. Vincenzo, same, agreeing with Beowulf, seeing the one flaw in the tiers, but had mostly good reasons for his rankings. I can tell he forgot to mention stuff, but it's so many cards that it's bound to happen eventually. I do the same thing a lot. Yeah, and that was when you asked me to do it, Vincenzo, I was like, this is going to be an undertaking. And I don't think somebody like me, honestly, I don't think somebody like me is ideal for that. I think I have, you want your top tier players. Like, in other words, I feel like you want somebody, oh wow. So okay, yep, this is going to be close. Vader would need Daddy or, oh no. Okay, doesn't have it. All right. You say Daddy or 2 Cliff Racers or 2 Lightning Bolts. And he doesn't have it. Is Io going to be able to close it out? He's got, oh no. Oh crap, he's losing. I guess now we're going to see that Odoving that Io has been holding on to. Again, the patience of the high-level player. That Odoving has been sitting there for longer than I've been behind on chat, and he deploys it right when he needs it, and that's the big pivot point. Unless Vader has a Fell the Mighty, it's game over.
It has been an engaging through fire and war. I value any parting words.
Okay, if anybody boots me from their game, do not boot me from your game. Nobody, don't boot me. We're not jinxing. It's not my fault. I'm going to give Io the... Oh, I'm sorry, man. Good gravy. He top decked that. Yeah. I laugh. It's easy to laugh when you're not the one who got screwed. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just thinking of all the times like, Yep. I hope. You seem to be a man of restraint. I hope to goodness you have not destroyed whatever device you're playing on right now, because that would be something that I would be very close to doing in that situation. I cannot believe it. Oh, wow. Yep, Beowulf saying that's normal for long videos. Normal to leave things out. Misspeak, indeed. That is... It's a long time to stay focused, and it's a very difficult thing to do. Vincenzo, I'm about to shower. I'll be watching but not typing. Excellent. Wow. So we are part of the prep for bedtime, but wow. So awesome. Well, cool. Well, hello, Vincenzo. You're probably out of the shower by now. You're probably back home now from your trip by the time I get to this. But hey. Kudos to both of you for taking a task such a task heads on. Yes, indeed, Beowulf. 100% agree with that. Pure Willpower, good night. I'm catching up, but I'm probably about 10 minutes after you say good night. So good night, Pure Willpower. Good to see you as well, as always. Have a great evening. But yeah, Beowulf, 100% agree. That was a huge undertaking, and kudos for doing it. And Carbon... Carbon also not loving Invade, as we can see. So I will give him a thank you. The only bummer, like... The only bummer is if there are people that are playing Invade that have never played... Let's see, Io. Oh, he just gave me the look again. Got matched versus A-Ross earlier today. Lost, but hilarious interaction. Abner using his harpy, followed by him making the same play with his own Abner. Those are fun. The back and forth. I mean, it's the same thing if you get... I mean, it's fun to watch. Well, if somebody gets a lightning bolt prophecy that they hit face with, and it triggers their opponent to get a lightning bolt prophecy, and they hit the face, and sometimes it'll trigger a prophecy. Not usually a third lightning bolt, but those are pretty fun. But that is that's a fun exchange. With Abner, seeing how he does it, and then sometimes it's like what I wanted to do, but I've never been able to do is have my opponent play Marak, I play Abner, I take my card back and kill him with it. Never happened though, but I would love to do that. Oh no! Oh, that's right. That was an arena deck. Oh my gosh! Invade finds a way. Yep, people will work that garbage into any possible way that you can work Invade into it. There are some people that just love it that gosh darn much because it's anyway. Enough talk about that. So let's see. Loud game audio. Okay, wait, did I turn it down? Oh, okay. So here we are. We've now caught up where you all are witnessing my brilliance. I'm going to embrace and embellish this here. Oh, here I thought I'd caught up. The scroller was deceiving. I thought I was literally like 2 minutes away. Oh gosh. I wasn't even close. No, my gosh. Yeah, I love you, chat. I love you so much. But I hate, I want to think of a different word than chat, because chat just sounds like it's a hive mind. Like I don't want it to be like that. It's a bunch of individuals. It's individuals that we're talking to here, not chat. You know, so I never want to say that, but at the same time, it's like, I'll just say I love you all. There we go. Oh gosh. All right, there we go. All right, yeah, no, oh, this is refreshing. So slow. Here we go. Beowulf, H. Ward, do you have an email I can contact you at? I'd love to pick your brain on some things. Yeah, Beowulf. Let me see. What is the best way to do this? Tell you what, and this is not, well, you know what? Pretty much anybody on here, like I am not at the size where I've got people on here who are complete strangers. So I would say for this, probably the best way to do it. There we go. I've put it in the chat. jgray@gmx.com. That's probably going to be the best way for you to reach me, because like the primary email that I use, it's got business stuff, it's got whatever, and so sometimes I've got a lot of things to go through. So it's helpful if it's just kind of like friendly banter. Like that's the email that I give to my parents and family and friends, for just kind of just social interaction versus like business or things that need to get done or things that I need to take on. So there you go, Beowulf. That is, and anybody else really who wants to reach out and talk about stuff that, not in the format provided on Tessel or in stream here. That is the email address for you there. So Loud Game Audio, I'm going to see if it gets quieter. Baldrick, not at all sarcastic. Ooh, you sound wizard, you. It is on. Jared Wilson frowning. Is it because not loud anymore? Foresight to decrease volume. Thendor thinks again. Master of the mind. I love IO the DM. It's so much fun. Yep. Oh, there we go. Sorry. That's the only problem with this. Anytime I click off of the game, I've said this before. If I click off the game, it loses the audio for whatever reason. So if I don't remember to, you have a few moments without it. But I'm glad it indeed worked. Jared, if you could specify the frowny face, I'm sure it's not because of the volume, right? Like game, as long as it's not overpowering, game audio is good, right? I mean, the music is good. I love Tessel music, and the sound effects and voice lines are pretty good too. I think it just adds to it, especially because we do have an echo in here. It helps mask the lesser audio quality that I'm dealing with at the moment. But yeah, I expect to have inspiration on our next game for having the foresight. There we go. Okay, Baldrick. Good. Let's see. Oh, hang on. Okay, so Beowulf. Yep, from Germany, but live in the Seattle area for 20 years. So Beowulf, do you speak German? Are you fluent in German? You just don't. I have not come across that. I don't think ever actually, like a native, like a German speaker. Do you miss it? I've always wanted to visit. Like I've wanted to see Neuschwanstein. I forgive me if I pronounce that incorrectly, but I wanted to see that. I wanted to see is it the Black Forest? I believe that's what it's called. Like there are some beautiful places in Germany that I've wanted to check out. Don't know if I'll get there in my lifetime, but yeah, I've definitely wanted to go there. So it's awesome that you actually came from there. And Baldrick asking, what's wrong, Jared? And I don't think we got an answer from Jared. We might see that later on. I didn't hear that American Woman song and fell in love with one. American woman, stay away from me. American woman, baby, let me be. Don't come knocking around my door. I'm worth your shadow no more. No more. Whatever. Anyway, like I said. That's funny though. You didn't get the memo. You didn't get the warning. Beowulf. So you fell in love with an American woman. They're okay. They're okay. I know some great American women. I had to double check that to make sure it was sanitized. Yeah, I think that's a okay thing to say. Das Boot, great main theme. You're talking about the music. I'll have to pay attention to that. I don't think I remember the mood. I remember the atmosphere. I remember just it seeming very well shot. I mean, it came out the year I was born, so the effects and everything for back then were really great. And I remember just being engrossed by it, but I don't remember the music. And I remember the ending. It's very sad. Very sad ending. The ending, very sad. Saddest ending ever. Great movie overall. Have to watch that again. Yes, indeed, for sure. I'll actually be watching it for the first time in like 15 years once I get it converted to digital. I have a Blu-ray player, but it's stored somewhere, so I have an external DVD. Ooh, Alduin and Lord Beerus. So a Dragon Ball Z fan. And Kratau does not have a way to address Alduin, unfortunately. It does have a dragon aspect. Oh no, that and Fire Breath, I guess. That'll do it. Fire Breath is huge. Oh, but he took that damage to the face. All the shouts. And that was a heck of a top deck for Beerus, unless it was conjured some other way that I missed. But that's a nice board Krakatoa has now. 3, 6. So it's mono endurance versus mono endurance. Baldric, they all have dangerous jaws regarding pits, rots, and similar. Okay, so referring to when I said they bite down and they don't let go, you're saying all of them do. It's not just, I think I said pit bulls, but apparently they all do. About testing my dogs, no, I raw dog that. They'll bite me and keep coming every time I shove them off. It's fun to fight with them, honestly. Kudos to you, sir. Kudos. Oh my gosh. Odabing, another heck of a top deck from our opponent. I think Krakatoa is just like, all right, whatever. Like, I've said it before, there's just some days where the game doesn't want you to win, or some games where the game doesn't want you to win, and you're just not going to pull it off. So, I mean, he might, if he throws a word wall in front of Odabing, or look at that brave adoring fan. Interesting, he plays it over there. I mean, I guess he doesn't care about the ramp. Like, if Lord Beerus takes this trade, I don't think he cares. Because, like, okay, you're already at 15. But Adoring Fan leaping in front of Odaving. Your thorn is no... Wait, you have no attack power? What are you doing here? Why are you here? I'm your Adoring Fan. I love you, Odaving. You don't even mind when I show up early in the deck? No, I love you. I love you so much. Burn! Ah! True story. That's a story, Baldric. That, if oh my gosh. Oh, Krakatoa, man. Boy, if it wasn't for bad luck, you wouldn't have any. That is ridiculous. Alduin into Odaving into the biggest freaking... Uh-oh. Unsummon all enemy creatures. Goodbye, Flesh Atronach. Goodbye, you teeny little... Oh, no, he's still going to come back big. It doesn't get rid of the discard pile. Oh, jeez. Anyway, okay. All right, focus. We are way behind now. But that's crazy, Vincenzo. No... I love it, raw dogging it with the dogs. That's Honey Badger, hail! Oh, yeah, you chatted with me, Honey Badger. Hang on a second. I'm sorry. I saw you... I want to see it before it vanishes, before I log off. So I apologize, Honey Badger. I saw it, and I meant to get back to it, and then... Hail, friend. I need to doctor a goat and feed one of the baby goats. Then I'll jump into stream before leaving for work. Okay, so, Honey Badger, hopefully you successfully doctored the goat and fed the baby goat. But thank you for letting me know. Again, I saw you there, and I can't remember, something popped up, and I totally lost track of it. But yes, better late than never, Honey Badger. Always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for joining in. Hopefully everything went well with your doctoring of the goats and the feeding of the goats. And, don't mean to brag, but a lot of people consider me a goat. Not greatest of all time, but just a goat because I'm not... Oh! Krakatoa says, I may be down. Oh, wait. Actually, no. That's 7, 9. He's still dead to Odabing. Oh, that sucks. Oh, wait. No, Odabing only has... Nope, no, yeah. Dang it! Oh, Krakatoa would put up a brave fight against just a ridiculous late game draw by his opponent. Oh, man. Let's see. All right. But yes, better late than never, Honey Badger. Hail! Hello, there it is. We get the greetings, everybody. Saying hello to Honey Badger. It's always great to see. How's the stream going thus far? Okay. No pineapples yet. I was like, somebody is going to rip open the conversation. But to be fair, there have been several, not inflammatory things said, but several things that could have very easily snowballed into a debate of some kind, and we kind of sidestepped it. We've had a very civilized conversation so far. Although Honey Badger is an instigator, so we'll see how that works. Well, you're in luck. Pineapple belongs on pizza. I knew it. Do dogs love pineapples? They do, but not on pizza. I'm on your team pineapple-wise. Beowulf, you traitorous
Is my cloak.
wolf, you. Like, why would you go out of your way to say that? I don't understand. I will say this. On our way here, we stayed at 3 different hotels, and there was only one that was low class, and the reason for it, I bet you all know what I'm going to say. They put the toilet paper on backwards. Every other place had it down. Every other place was a high class establishment. Even though some of them were a little sketchy in some ways, they at least put the toilet paper on correctly. But one of them, ironically, one of the nicer ones, had it on backwards. I had to turn it around myself. Amateurs. Anyway, dogs eat almost anything. So yes, but they don't eat pineapple on pizza because even dogs have better taste than that. The fun part is going to be waiting for Schwartz to half hour or so. I wish these had timestamps. I really do. I really wish there was timestamps for this because you're probably not wrong, Honey Badger. It probably has been 30 minutes. Yeah, we're at that point. The Orcs Suck guy is one of those cool story bro moments. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. The Orcs Suck guy is one of those cool story bro moments. So who's the Orc Sucks guy? One of the last videos on the channel, Schwartz Follies. Does sour cream and Limburger cheese work out with pineapple? Baldrick, instigator.
Shall we put in a dishonest day's work?
But yeah, you're right, Io. It is one of those cool story, bro. Yeah. But it's fine. Like I said, it seems to be a shared sentiment. In all fairness to Orc Sucks guy, a lot of people didn't seem to care for that particular deck or orcs in general. Can't say I quite understand it, but can't deny it. And so we'll avoid playing with orcs in the future. Hurts my feelings, but that's what it is. We should test that, and we put it all on a pizza. Oh my gosh, Baldrick. Baldrick, now I'm going to say to you, sir. Good day, sir. I said good day. Willy Wonka. We have a thing. It's an inside joke. So it's kind of rude for me to bring it up now, but anyway. It was funny. Baldrick was pretty funny quoting Willy Wonka. I don't mind longer videos. I listen to them while doing other things and playing Tesla. There you go. Yeah, absolutely. I'm same way. So good to know, good to hear. And same with Vincenzo. Have you watched Patrician's review of the Elder Scrolls games? Pineapple and cheese is actually a thing. Beowulf, everything is actually a thing. I mean, I mean, for crying out loud. I don't think Brave is here to defend herself, so I'm going to throw this in here. What was it? Chocolate and lemons and rosemary? I mean, at that point, you just say, what's the bother having culinary rules? What's the point of saying, oh, this belongs with this when you can just pair whatever the heck you want up? It's ludicrous. So there is no bar. There is no... Just because people eat something doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean that it's good or it's healthy or that it's kosher. It just means that this world is filled with wacky people. That's what that means. But it is good to know that the longer format, there are folks that do like that. And even folks who aren't keen on it, like Brave, still will watch Tesla stuff. So if you're a Tesla creator, chances you will get some love on those longer videos. Let's see. Ugnip! Hello, Ugnip! Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy to have you on board for this new Live at 5, new and improved Live at 5, now with game audio. I know how you feel about view time. The D&D videos I upload barely reach the 1 hour mark. Hey, that's not bad. IO, that is not bad. If somebody is watching a D&D video for an hour, that's pretty damn good. That means they found you engaging and the way you were telling the story and the way you're conducting the game. I mean, they're long sessions. I think even Denise said before that, she's like, I think when we were doing roll to one stuff, she was saying, you guys might want to do like a shorter format, like try to wrap the story up in an hour and just do more episodes because people can kind of stick with an hour easier than trying to stay with the story for 4 hours. So if you get an hour out of those, like if they were watching for 10 minutes, I could see you going, but an hour is a long time to hold somebody's attention. So kudos to that. That's a good start anyway. Yeah, Ugnip, yep, everyone's here. Honey Badger just got there, but for the most part, everybody's, the gang's all here. We got a few people. C-City, I haven't seen him yet. Trying to think of some other folks. Well, I need to focus on the chat that we have versus trying to... Oh, I do like Aspect of Our Scene, and that is I have not bothered to craft it in... is that... That's his tail. I was like, wow, did they actually put make an anatomically correct bear moose thing? Bear deer thing? I have not seen Patrician's reviews, okay, of the Elder Scrolls games. Beowulf, interested in D&D. Oh, definitely, IO. If you speak with IO. I don't want to speak for him because he's running the game. And IO, exact lethal for... Oh, Major Anna. Major Anna is back and doing... Yeah, wishes. Yep. All right, Carbon 77. Haven't seen you in a bit. Let's take a gander here. But yeah, I would say at least ping IO. Because he might be able to factor you into the game. But like I said, he's running it, so I don't want to be like, oh yeah, totally. And he's like, now I have to rework everything because I've got a new character. So I can't, now that we started, I don't know. But I know he had been looking for more people. We only have 4 right now. Me, Brave, Brave's friend, Kat, and... we'll see City on occasion, or so far one time. Is that? Yeah, because it's just the 4 of us. Okay, yeah. So the DM plus 3 of us, where I think the ideal is at least 4 to 5. So that would be awesome. I go with either length. I like to put the long videos on while I play my Xbox or Tesla. Oh, that's great. It's isn't it? It's interesting when you have like, oh, Bob. No, not Bob. It's Bob. But isn't that cool? Like you just like when you find there's like so many people that behave in a certain way. So it's like we all will play or turn on longer play videos and just have them playing in the background as we do other things. The same thing. I would do that with Skyrim. When I'm playing through Skyrim, I'd have a YouTube video on of some kind and just I think when I was playing at one point I was listening to Toy Galaxy. He does like a lot of like retro toys and talks about them and everything. I haven't watched his channel in a while, but Borderlands I think I was playing when I watched that. Not the recent playthrough that I did, but before. Yeah, anyway, same thing. Do the exact same thing. He has an 8-hour Morrowind review, 12 hours for Oblivion, and about 20 hours for Skyrim. Oh my gosh, those are the review lengths? Oh my goodness gracious. I was going for something like he does with my tier list, but I have to do a lot of on-screen text for my speech mistakes. Oh yeah, a lot of like asterisks. Like, didn't mean to say that. You guys have seen it. I do that all the time on my videos. I have to, when I go through the edit, sometimes I don't catch them, but when I do go through the edit and I am able to catch them, I do make those corrections. It's like, daggone it. Kind of put my foot in my mouth there.
I'm sleeping.
Yes, the one roll. One roll to rule them all. He focuses on making his audio focus so you can play a game while listening to it. And that's if I start doing more of like podcast stuff, like I'm not excluding visuals because I'm lazy. I don't use them because I'm trying to make sure I focus on making it like a podcast where it's like if it was just something where you're listening to it, it's filled out. Whereas if I'm saying, as you can see, this and this and this, and it's like, well, I'm listening to it. I'm missing half of what you're saying. So, but yeah, I think it's great to focus on the audio because, I mean, clearly a lot of folks do just have it as background noise. I can't find your channel, but Denise, goblins make cute noises. I can't hate them even if I lose, though I mainly beat them. Yeah, Denise, I remember your affection for the cries of anguish of the gobos. But they're definitely, I can't say cute, but they're definitely more, not even adorable. They're something more than orcs. Orcs are just like brutes. Gobos are like, they're just like they're twitty. They're little twitty characters. Let's see. I think I went up for 6 hours or close to it. Is it roll to 1? Didn't know that was your channel. No. What? I don't know why Baldrick. I don't know why I'm saying this because I'm sure IO cleared it up long before I'm going to do it. But roll to 1 is the channel that I was a part of that also does D&D content amongst other things. Great group of fellas. They're doing really well. now that I've left. So definitely check that out. But yeah, his is one roll, the one roll, which is close but different. I also get to use the bathroom when I need to, so it helps me go longer. And when I need to get another drink, oh, there you go. Yeah, I've got a bottle here next to the desk. So a lot of times, if you don't see me using my hands, it means I'm also using the bathroom. I'm kidding, of course. I don't do that. I just hold it until it can't hold it no more. There you go. Yep, that's another channel. It's not roll to one, right? I can't find it. Oh, dang. The one roll is mine. Oh, found it. There we go. All right, so we're getting there. We're getting there. Can you share the link? I can't share links in chat. YouTube disallows it. Well, nuts. There we go with one more eye. All right, so we're getting there. We're also, my video was recorded over about a month in total. Jeez Louise. Yeah, Vincenzo, that was a heck of a project. I hope we can get the views, enough eyes on that so that it's like people. There's enough people to appreciate the work you did. Is the one with Hell's Heart? Yes, that is. Is it the campaign y'all are doing on the server? Got it. Thanks, guys. Yes. Okay, this is a good conversation. This is good communication. We're working it out. We're all getting on the same page here. Uploading 3 on vacation. Forward to checking it out. Awesome. Hopefully get to join in for the next one. At this point, I might have to join a later campaign. I just finished week 3 out of 12. Goodness gracious. But it's 2 weeks. Vincenzo, you're still 2 weeks shorter than you had been, right? Week 3 out of 12. I mean, that's a quarter of the way through, but it's better than 3 out of 14 because math. Beowulf witnessed my smooth brain DMing. Nonsense. It does get, like, I know, because you're like, okay, I got to check my notes because it's a lot of stuff to keep track of, but that just means it's rich in lore and rich in complexity. I learned today YouTube autoplays videos at lower res on some devices. Now I know to switch from default to a better resolution. The experience is so much better. Yes, Denise. Actually, my stepdad actually said the same thing. He's like, he pulled up one of my videos and like, I don't know why this resolution is worse than the other one. I said, well, because you're on a phone and because it's a smaller screen, YouTube assumes that you aren't really missing out on that much of the resolution because it's smaller, so you wouldn't really be able to tell. But people can tell, and it does impact the viewing experience significantly. So yes, always look for that little widget and try to bump up the resolution as high as you can. Let's see. You can't be worse to DM than me. Was one ages ago. It was an awful experience. Well, Baldrick, you might be correct then. If somebody's like, hey, I had a great time with it. It was challenging. That may be, maybe it was okay. But if you said it was an awful experience, if it felt like an awful experience, it very well have been one. But I'd be curious. I mean, I think I would be a bad DM as well. It's there's a lot involved in doing it right. It's quite an investment of time and energy. I feel like I get the most negative comments out of all Tesla creators. Do you really, Vincenzo? I'll need to, I didn't, because I don't necessarily peruse comments all that often. But literally like my second Tesla video got an immediate low skill comment. No kidding. Well, that's just jerky. Yeah, I don't understand that either, Vincenzo. Rump and Rufus also got me one of my most recent ones, but I was also drunk when I recorded that particular video. Still won the game though. Oh, geez. So Rump and Rufus spectated you on wait. Oh, no. You played against Rump and Rufus, but you were a bit intoxicated and he, Rump and Rufus rocked you. Oh, no, you still won the game. You beat Rump and Rufus, even though you were inebriated. Wait, but isn't that didn't you say, Vincenzo, that you actually gain superpowers when you get drunk? Like you actually get smarter? I think I remember you saying that. There we go. Top deck Dagathor. Gosh, wow, oh no. I lost my place again. Oh gosh. Sorry, you're missing the game audio right now. I understand. IO, don't be bitter. IO's top decks are indeed a skill. You just have to practice your top decking. I hate to say it, but you just got to get good, man. That's practice. That's how I have suffered as much as I do, because I don't practice my top decking or my draws in general. Some games you're not supposed to win. Exactly, Beowulf. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks so. Heart of the cards. That was a phrase from Sea City, who we are now spectating. The High King. Hey, on a second.
Protect our strong.
Sea City Toker, High King. I think I'm getting a double entendre there. But yeah, because I think if I'm not mistaken, he's a Yu-Gi-Oh player or fan, or had been, and I think that's a phrase from that Heart of the Cards. My grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards. Oh, is that Baldric? Is that actually a quote from? Because isn't Yu-Gi-Oh like a grandfather? Like he was reincarnated or something? Like I said before, outrage solves nothing. I'm good. It's no fun if you're not hypocritical. Well, here's the thing. We don't know what Io did when Dagothar hit the board. We were not able to see Io's outrage. So all we can see is his composed outrage solves nothing. Well, behind him, his computer's on fire and like falling apart and everything. It's like outrage solves nothing. I stand by my statement. Let's see. Beowulf. The only good thing is this happens to everyone. I often wonder where the guys are that say this game is totally always on my side and fair. That's true, Beowulf. That is very true. It seems everybody says my opponent always has the answer. And it's like, well, if we all say that, something's not right. That's why I try when I'll say like it's important for me to remember that I got the favorable draw here. I do that because a lot of times it's hard to remember, and it's like it's impossible for everyone's opponent to always get what they want or what they need. So, at different points, we all get what we need as we are, against opponents, but we don't remember those good times. We don't remember when we actually do get what we need. We only remember the bad times. And so it seems like everybody's always getting screwed over, but except unless you're Vincenzo. The game is always fair to me. I never rage, never. You totally will never. Okay, there's so much sarcasm dripping on that. It's actually coming through my computer. Oh my gosh, stave off the sarcasm. So Vincenzo, let me reread that. The game is always fair to me. I never rage, never. You totally will never see a video of me doing that. Yeah. But I would say, Vincenzo, you're one of those players. You're above that 50% with your skills, so your RNG, you conquer your RNG more often than some of us do. Now I want to make a deck containing only pathetic cards. I tried that IO, I lost to the computer AI like 10 games in a row, and I was like, this deck is not going to work. Like, I just tried like all cards that had no keywords, nothing special about them, just kind of your generic cards, your basic cards, and yeah, it did not go well. But I would be curious to see if you can pull that off, because I sure the heck couldn't. And for good reason. There's a reason why we have premiums and why there are not premiums, but legendaries and epics, because, they do impact the game considerably. If you have cards that have nothing, match is ended. Let's see. Krakatos is observing. J-Dub, haven't seen in a while. Let's see. Vincenzo, time to load some steam on some poor rank 5s. All right, let us check out Vincenzo taking out some aggression on some poor rank 5s. Doing a pretty darn good job so far. With an Empire deck. No, wait, that's J-Dub. My bad, Vincenzo. Sorry, I thought I was clicking on you. Wow. To be fair, folks, I have been up since 3:30, and I did go jogging for the first time. Well, technically the second time, but the first time I actually did it without getting lost, so I kept jogging. Jogged 2 miles out of 4. Did a like where I live, it's a big, the full loop is 2 miles, so half of it is a mile. So I jog the mile, walk a mile, jog a mile, walk a mile, cool down. So I was up at 3:30 jogging. Then I made my Myth of the Strong Female Character video, which was incredibly exhausting. So I'm a little more fatigued now than I wanted to be. I tried to take a nap because I wanted to be full of spitfire and vinegar when I got on here tonight, but I only managed to get about 45 minutes, and then somehow the house just got really hot. I mean, I'm in Texas. Who would have thought things would get hot? But they did. So, a whole new tier. Pathetic. Yeah. Nope. I definitely think I could even fill out that tier list. We are chat. We are legion. Oh my gosh, it's it's like when you realize when you're getting old, when like you see your friends' kids, and you're like, I knew your father before he had you, and now you're 12 years old. I am old as dirt. That's what it's like reading some of these chats where I'm like, I remember when I said, I don't want to call you chat because it seems like a big like hive mind. And it was so long ago. And there's the response to that. I am not getting anywhere with chat. I am the worst. I am the worst. I tried to implement cheese maker. That's how I got to rather pathetic Imperial deck. Oh, Cheesemancer. The Cheesemancer. Actually, she had the potential to be very good. I got so excited when it, because we knew the Cheesemancer would give you a random quality, a random card that ultimately would have an actual card in the game in the expansion. And when I found out you could tutor weapons, I got really excited. So when the Crucible Blacksmith came out, I was super stoked. But when Cheesemancer came out and was like, oh, you can pick any weapon you want, I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. So there we go. There's me putting my email in there for folks. Cheesemancer, there we go. Again, my inability to read 2 lines ahead has bit me in the butt. Beowulf got the email. Should we tell him there's no game audio? Wait, no. And as I say that, the game audio comes back. There. And there we go, J-Dub with another dub. With altars and empire aplenty. Where'd he go? Where'd you go, J-Dub? Where'd you go? I don't see you anymore. All right. Oh no, Vincenzo. Sorry, Vincenzo. Dag, nabbit. That's all right. We don't mind watching Io. He's gonna totally win this. I know he is against. We're gonna just call it Control. Slay. It's a euphemism for greed, but that's typically what you see with Ebonheart Slay. We'll get you on the next one, Vincenzo. But yeah, Honey Badger, maybe you came in a bit late, but yeah, if I click off of the screen to like scroll through chat, I'll lose game audio for a second. What, Vincenzo? What happened? What happened, Vincenzo?
We must protect our stronghold.
Oh, the fact that I missed you. I sorry, Vincenzo. I'm getting there, buddy. I'm getting there. We'll see you. Just give me a second. Io's gonna clean this up quick. You watch. And then the next game is Vincenzo. We're gonna check out Vincenzo tearing up rank 5. And just as I say that, game audio comes back on. Yes, indeed, because I am swift as an eagle, strong as a lion, fully fluent in German. Awesome, Beowulf. Awesome. I was in my young 20s when I came here. That is awesome. Rude. Sorry, Vincenzo, it was not intentional, my friend. It was not intentional. But then I feel bad if I close out. I don't want to be like, hey, we're going to... Oh, never mind. You're not Vincenzo. I can't watch you. I just...
Let's go then.
It was a brain fart. Ooh. Premium. The real good Eclipse of Baroness. Eclipse of Baroness? Eclipse of Baroness. So she's beautiful. A beautiful card. This will take a while. All right. So I was wrong. Vincenzo, we will get to you in about 50... We will get to you when I catch up with chat. All right, so it probably will take a while, but Vincenzo, you are next on the docket. I guarantee you the next time I will make it a point. We are going to check out Vincenzo. Guaranteed. Schward got the reference. Okay, Beowulf, the proper way for toilet paper, I mean, it's intuitive. It's where it comes off the top. So you just grab it and you pull. Like, you don't have to reach around under it. Like if you have... if it's torn and it's kind of like halfway or just a little over halfway on the roll, if you have it backwards, you have to kind of reach up behind under there and try to grab it. You have to spin it a little bit. If it's on the front of the roll, you just reach up and grab it. And it's just a reach down, grab, and you can yank it real quick and pull it, and it'll tear itself. If you have it on the back, if you try to yank it, you just end up pulling more toilet paper off the roll. It's a horrible way to go through life. So hopefully you were doing it the right way without thinking about it. But yeah, that's important. I got the reference, yes, but I don't remember what the reference was. Oh wait, was it? Oh, American Woman, I think, is what you were referring to. Yes, I got that reference. Makes me think of Austin Powers too. There you go, Io. Io's got the right answer. You unroll pieces in the front of the roll. That's how I do it. Good. Excellent. To I am your team, toilet paper direction wise. Okay, excellent. All right, we are allies then in the crusade against poorly pulled toilet paper. Vincenzo, I haven't read the comment yet, but I'm guessing you do it the other way. You're a barbarian if you do the other way. One of my roommates. Okay. No, Vincenzo's also on team. Okay, so we're mostly unified. I suspect Not trying to throw shade, but I suspect because he says he doesn't care about it. Okay, I'm not going to say the name, but there is somebody here who I do believe has been living as a caveman and is just trying to downplay it. Pretends it's not a big deal, but we all know it is. It's the biggest of deals. Ooh, Devaith Fear. Nice. Or is it Fire? Is it Devaith Fire or Fear? I will find your answers in chat in about an hour. Whoever puts on a backward deserves to eat pineapple sandwich with cheese and pickles. Pineapple sandwich with cheese and pickles. So, as some would say, a sandwich is just a pizza with an extra bit of crust. So, you're essentially saying a pineapple pizza with cheese, which normally comes on pizza, and pickles, which, hey, if we're going to throw pineapple on, you might as well throw pickles on too. Why not? Throw feces on there. It wouldn't make it any better or worse. What kind of pickles are we talking about? Dill pickles, man. Dill pickles, of course. I feel like someone should start a partner channel where we actually create and taste all these foods we talk about here. Oh, gosh. I don't know that my system would handle that. I have a feeling I would have some... Ugnip, yes! No pineapple... Wait. No, Ugnip. Boo! Boo! I thought there was no pineapple support group. But no pineapple... No pineapple hate support group. I don't like the sound of that. I think that's a bad idea, Ugnip. You that's the worst idea you've ever had. Nobody will ever join that. Maybe while playing Tessel. Well, I couldn't have worse games, so it wouldn't affect me none. I don't know about many pickles. Yeah, dill, and then there's sweet pickles, I think is the only other one. How many hours do you guys have on Legends? 6,000. Oh my gosh. 6,000 for Ugnip? Holy cow. Jared, do you have... Let's see. My wife thinks my 1.6 thousand is insane. That's just on PC. I don't know how many I have on mobile. I'm playing on a lot as well. I mean, that is a lot. 1.6 is a lot, but obviously not compared to some. 6,000 hours. My gosh. 3,000 for Vincenzo. 4,000 for IO, not including mobile that I played on the bus to uni. Wow. I have nothing against dill pickles. Dill pickles are fine. What's the deal with pickles? Yeah, I have no idea what my mobile time is. I played a lot while on duty for 2 to 3 days at a time. So yeah, you're probably not double, but probably significantly higher than what you're saying. Okay. Let's see. I'm curious. I have to look at my play time as well. I don't.
This should help.
We're almost there, Vincenzo. We're almost there. Io is working him down. As long as he doesn't have Night Talon and Squish or Rage, Io's got this game. Well, it's going to be close. He's got a way to... Yeah. Wow. Oh. 11, 13, 16, 19, 21. Just kidding. Strike that. I'm not going to redo the math. 21 minus 8. Patrician TV. Okay, that is the... Merci. Wait a minute, B-Wolf. What are you doing saying merci? That's not German. How dare you be fluent in other... or use other words other than German. You can either say thank you or Dankeschön. There you go. Why aren't you saying Dankeschön? Why merci? Merci. Merci beaucoup. I think there's most popular videos. Nice. Maybe when and if the D&D channel gets to a point where a budget exists and or a larger team, I'll work on shorter 1 hour or even half-hour episodes. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, you got to build the audience and then you can start exploring and expanding. I look forward to that as well if it ever happens. You know, you get to the point where if you're doing this full time, you can come up with all crazy kinds of crazy, cool, fun stuff. But as many YouTubers are self-sustaining that are actually able to make a living off of it, it's such a small fraction of the actual channels out there that it makes it seem like it's very common, but it's really hard to do. I guess if you're making certain content, like if you want to do, rage-inducing comment, you might be able to start getting viewers earlier. But if you're just doing like basic stuff where there's like a ton of other channels that are doing pretty much the same thing that have been around longer, it can be really hard to get that audience. Let's see. Funny, he calls the 9-hour review of Skyrim, Act 1 only, a short retrospective. Yeah, he's pretty funny. Lots of dry humor. Yeah, that's a gross understatement. Let's see. He did a cute thing where Act 2 is 11, 11, 11. I think I'm missing the joke there. 11, 11, 11. Oh, I guess 2, 2, 2. Like 1 plus 1 plus. I don't know. I'm not gonna hypothesize anymore. I think I'm just going to make myself seem even sillier than normal. I meant that Rufus commented on a video about something he said was a misplay. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay. You didn't actually play him. Rufus commented on your video. Okay, but I still won despite being drunk. Gotcha. That's the moral of the story, folks. And Io is just like, I am done. He did not want to play it. It really is kind of a time suck. It just sucks. He ran out of gas card wise. He could have finished that off with a few more cards. But so here you go, Vincenzo. We're watching Vincenzo. And to tell you what, Vincenzo, if you play a game after this, we'll watch this one too. Just because I feel so bad. But it looks like you're about to close this one out. I shouldn't say that. Sorry! My apologies, Vincenzo. My apologies. Mea culpa, senor. Mea culpa. We only remember the bad times for some reason. Exactly, Beowulf. Oh, wait. Io. Checking notes is just part of DMing a complex story with many characters and moving parts. I wish I could remember everything. Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that was a slight. I'm just saying, like, that's how you can tell how complicated the game is, where it's like, okay, like you have a broad base, like you're whipping out lore and all this kind of stuff off the top of your head. If you have to consult the notes, it means we're talking about something even beyond what you have necessarily planned for, but still you've accounted for it, but it's just you can only keep track of so many things off the top of your head. We only remember the bad times for some reason, not just in Tesla. Exactly. Yep. Brains are weird like that. I'm sure there's probably some chemical thing that happens during the bad times, or maybe it's just, yeah, I don't know. It is interesting. But that's why I think it's important that we need to realize we have to make a point to remember the good times. Otherwise, they do pass us by. I don't think it helps, though. It helps in the moment when I'm like, oh, hey, I got to remember I got really lucky here. But I don't remember it now. I remember saying that about something, but for all I know, I could be lying, of course, because I never actually get that lucky. Yeah, but we can take countermeasures, just like my brain is tired of my opponent's top-decking lightning bolts for the win. Remember, Io, remember, no outrage. Now the computer is definitely a smoldering wreck. And he's watching this on another device. An Apple device, no doubt. But yeah, literally remembering the good is the countermeasure. Now that Dagoth Urtop, now that Dagoth Urtop deck was crazy. It was indeed. It was very bizarre and a bit obnoxious. I think that's my new favorite word when it comes to Tessel. All right, so Vincenzo has a lot of draw to work with. There's no amulet down, which is good. His opponent doesn't look to be inclined to go and face. Crown Quartermaster, not what he wants, but he's going to tome up. All right, Earthbone Spinner is going to be good to get rid of this Balmora Spy Master. You don't want him going off on level 14. Who knows what crap he could do. That could really swing the game. But Docent Skill has a lot of bodies, but they're tiny, with the exception of Parthenax. Fortunately, oh geez. Yeah, Dawson Skill has a ton of cards. That's never a good position to be in. But Vincenzo's not out of it yet. He's got 9 damage in his hand that he can play. No, that's... Gosh, darn it. Dawson Skill, you're... Oh, my gosh. Oh, that's going to do it. That's going to do it. Ay, 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 ay. Why do I speak? Why do I say things? Like conditioning. I remember good people more than events. Yeah, same thing. Yep. Yeah, conditioning is the right word. I like the stoic principles around this. Amor fati. Love your fate. Yep. No, that's That's a good thing. I guess, there's a whole saying, it's like, change what you can and embrace everything you can't or something. And it's the same thing. That's a good 2-word motto to live by. Love your fate. Oh, and we got another one. Memento. Wait, that's, is that Latin though? That's not German. Beowulf, speak only German, doggone it. You must just speak German. Memento. Mori, remember you are going to die. Okay, well that's a bit of a Debbie Downer. Thanks a lot. I'll stick with a more fatty. Where are you? What? Oh, he's looking for fingers of the mountain, I think. You know when it goes all caps, Vincenzo is not at all happy. Where's my fingers at? Definitely would have helped a ton. And that's going to be it. Yeah, Vincenzo, we were going to give you a second game anyway, but we'll check you out. That one, you got a raw deal. Your opponent whipped out 2 drain characters and just had all the answers. So we'll give you a chance to cycle back in there. It makes it even worse when you're like, if you go in there thinking, all right, I'm going to just go ahead and get a few wins, relax a little, blow off some steam, and all it does is piss you off. It's like, dag nabbit. Just remember, Vincenzo, memento mori, or memento amor, mori fatty. Remember you are going to die, fatty. No, remember you're going to die, fate. Remember your fate is that you're going to die. I am a linguist. Cheesemancer is much more complicated on the surface. That's very true, because, well, she has a lot more options than just this guy. I've never heard a Lexus that sounds like a freaking Corvette. Our neighbor has one. It looks like a concept car. He actually came out. I crap you not. We spent all this time moving in. We're drenched with sweat because it's Texas, so it's hot and humid, 90 degrees. This is a deck that got me in the top 20 in Grand Melee. Okay, all right. So let us see it perform as we would. And now he's revving his engine. But seriously, so we're dogged tired. We're dragging. We had to move a crap ton of stuff. We got it all moved. And we got 2 26-foot box trucks towing dollies with cars on them. My mom's driving a car. It's a load of stuff. We finally get it all in there. It's like nighttime, like 9 o'clock, 9:30. I just took a shower because I'm done. I want to get unsticky and unstinky before I go to bed. We had parked one of the car dolly things like on the side next to the house because there's not a lot of parking. And pulled the truck down the street so that it wasn't in anybody's way. And this guy comes out and he's like, hey, can you pull the trailer up about 4 inches? I don't want to run the risk of possibly backing into it when I'm backing out. And I'm like, and the 4 inches he's talking about, like you have your driveway and then, driveways can flare out a little bit. It was the 3 or 4 inches of flare. So it's like, you shouldn't be backing off that part of the drive. You would be in the grass if you're backing off that. You just back straight up, you're going to be fine. And it's like, don't care. He saw us moving. It's like, okay, yeah, you're dog tired and everything. So then we had to get the truck, back the truck up, rehitch everything just to pull it forward those 4 inches. So concept car Lexus guy didn't have to worry about looking in the rearview mirror when he was backing up. Oh my gosh. It's like, welcome to Texas. Friendly neighbors. I mean, some of them are friendly. The guy across the street is pretty friendly, but that was just, are you kidding me, dude? Like, anyway, I'm venting a little. Not outraged. Just not thrilled, that's all. Let's see.
My power is not to be underestimated.
Oops. Baldric, yep. Like 4 or 5, something like that. Tutoring equipment, fighting another creature where you get the damage, one will pilfer. That reduces cost, immune to lethal, and targeting, and one more. Wow. Dang, Baldric, you got that memorized? I didn't remember all those different options. Wow. The tutoring equipment was the only one I remembered. Oh, and the fighting another creature where you get the damage. That was an orc. Sorry, I know you all hate orcs, but that was an orc card. I think it's like a 3/5, and it's like you take the damage, right? Yeah, you take the damage that the orc deals, or whatever damage the orc takes, you get it. So it's another way of breaking runes, so you get more cards. Never see that card played though. It's always the worst It's never happened to me. I don't think that I can remember, but I've played against aggro decks that have a lot of self-harm, not like, it's not like like a self-harm deck where it's like, oh, I'm hurting myself and it makes my cards bigger. It's like I play cards that do damage to my face, and we ended up racing, and my opponent just ended up killing himself because he just kept playing cards that were hurting him just as much as me, but I was doing a little more damage and draining a little bit more, and he was just getting murdered by his own deck. It was kind of comical. Me and Schwartz should do that channel idea. Let's get Denise and Io in on it too. Actually, Vincenzo, if you end up being back in this area, like you said, you come to visit family, we can try to do something like that. Since we clearly have different tastes, me having good taste and you having horrible taste, we could do that. We could have a duel where it's like, I challenge you to eat this thing that I think is disgusting or repulsive, and then when you tell me to do the same thing, I'm like, and that's all the time we have for today. Not a bad idea though. And yeah, get Denise and Io in on it too. Yeah, that would be cool. I'd like to do a little collaboration like that. Love it. Bet that would get tons of views. It might. There are a lot of people that do like to see other people suffer when they eat. Don't hate those players that never attack. Wait, you don't hate those players that never attack? Io, looks like you will close this one out. Yeah. Yeah, you will die in flesh. Okay, I know what you're talking about. I knew it was going to happen. I knew you were going to make... Yep. Sorry. I apologize. Oh, I think you're saying, don't you hate those players that never attack? I do. I don't like the I'm going to win by making you bored decks. I despise them. I think it's a bummer of a way to play a game. In no other sport and no other competitive activity do you ever win by boring your opponent to death. I don't think it should be that way in Tessel. I think the computer should be like, hey, you haven't attacked your opponent. Are you planning to play the game anytime soon, or are you just going to sit there and like play with yourself? But it doesn't. All right. We are gonna check out Mr. Punko 90. Let's see. Oh, Yum Yum. I haven't seen Yum Yum in forever. Let's check out Yum Yum. Yum. One of our other frequent card creators. A lot of custom cards from Yum Yum. Oops. Okay, yeah. So there's me saying almost back to back. Why do I use words to talk? Oh, I'm at the end. I caught up. Memento Mori, not a downer. Rather, enjoy it now. You can't control it, so why worry about it? That's true. I mean, it can be sobering, I think, to be reminded of the fact that, like, that is not something, no matter, like, that's an experience we all share, no matter what. If you're born into this world, we will all experience that. And so to know that we're headed to that, but and I guess depending on your view of the afterlife or any particular take on that, you may feel differently about it. But I don't know. Even if you don't necessarily believe in any of the existing after death, like at the very least, I think you can say, you know what, we don't really know, and it's going to be interesting to find out. Very slow. What are you saying, Yum Yum? Oops, probably wouldn't have won. Probably would have won still, even if it was a javelin. Or a javelina. Those zesty javelinas. Oh, Yum. This will not be a fun game to watch. Very slow deck versus ramp. Ramp will probably win. Yeah, that's very likely. But that's okay, Yum. All good. The power of positive vibes will see you through. Once again, why do I talk? But hey, if it works, I mean, look, there he goes. He's got this one in the bag. But yeah, I mean, because like nobody knows, and so and like so at least if you think that there's something after death, you have no idea what it is, but like there's something, some way that we exist after death. Worst case scenario, there is nothing, and you never actually, you don't spend a second of being disappointed. Because if you just cease to exist, you just cease to exist. There's not a moment where it's like, oh man, I'm dead. Dagnabbit, I was really hoping there would be something after. Oh. You know, it's like you're just not there anymore. You don't have a chance to process your disappointment. But if there is, you know, it's just, it gives you something to look forward to. Hey, let's see what this next stage of life is. Let's see. Worry about the things you can control, like pineapple. Beowulf, I would appreciate that sentiment if I knew that you had the right take, but since you seem to be allied with those who wish ill upon the face of a pizza pie, I gotta say, just focus on Mori, you know, because it comes faster for those who put pineapple on pizza. Let's just say that. Not my call. That's just how the universe works. I know that for a fact. Let's see. Oops. Optimistic nihilism. Is that an oxymoron? Or does that actually work? Isn't nihilism by default? Oh no, maybe I don't. I thought nihilism by default was like everything sucks, everything's going to be destroyed. Or maybe it's just a mix. You alternate between optimism and nihilism. I wouldn't say nihilism because you are free to believe in things, but I know what you mean. Oh, maybe that's what you're talking about when I was saying the belief that something else is out there.
They will perish in flame.
But yeah. Like when I look at my cat, she doesn't worry about her purpose in life. She just is and loves it. Amor fati. I'm probably saying, it's not fatty, right? Is it fati? Amor fati? Yeah, because it's supposed to be fate, so I'm guessing it's supposed to sound more like fate. Fatey versus fatty. Amor fatty. Hey, look, man, I grew up in the country. It's more fatty. There are definitely ways to make beautiful words sound ugly. Yeah, you're not wrong, but isn't that another argument for a more fatigue, that we have that luxury? I love that we can switch from pineapple pizza to Stoic philosophy seamlessly. Exactly. That is a mark of a good conversation, good conversationalists, where, you know, it's like, okay, we can always revisit this particular topic, we can cover this. And I think it also helps, you know, when you have levity. It's like you get really heavy into something, it's like, whoa, you're really weighed down, or especially if you disagree on something that's kind of heavy, if you can naturally transition to something comical and just go, okay, you know what? We're fine. Let's talk about something else. I think it's great to have those conversational beats. But it's not, you don't get to do that all the time. Sometimes you try to switch gears on somebody and they're like, what are you doing? We were just talking about deep things. But love your fate. That we have that luxury. Yeah. I think with cats though, the other side of that is there is no worry. But I mean, it's what you said though. Cat doesn't have purpose in life either. I think it's kind of like with great power comes great responsibility. Like, granted, none of us have spider powers, so I find it baffling the amount of time that people try to make superheroes like like they try to equate superhero stuff to real world things. It's like, we don't have superpowers. Like, there are plenty of people who are like Peter Parker. Nobody's like Spider-Man. So it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. So it's with great power. There's a reason why it sounds weird when Uncle Ben says it, because it only works knowing that Peter Parker has actual powers, superpowers. But for a normal person, why would you say with great power comes great responsibility? I mean, we get the idea. It just sounds weird to say if you don't actually have legitimate powers. But without purpose, it's like it's a burden and a blessing. It's like it's a privilege to have it, but it's also, you know, it causes angst. Like you said, you're not always content because you're thinking either what is my purpose, or I know what my purpose is and I'm not doing it. I'm not there. So you can be kind of anxious. At the same time, it is a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction that a cat will never have. A cat can just be chill, and that's fine. That's great. But a cat is never going to know the joy of walking out purpose in its life and what that feels like to achieve something. So, I mean, it's a give and take. You know, it's like, would you rather just be completely chill and not have ambition, not want to do anything, but also not want for anything? Or would you rather have the angst and the knowledge of a purpose, but have to deal with the fact that you may not be able to. It may be delayed, or you may only get a glimpse of it. Let's see. Pineapple is stoicism now. What? Io, where did that come from? Oh, pineapple is stoicism. Okay, there you go. Well, no, let's not glorify pineapple. It's bad enough we're including it in everything. Pineapple, I mean, there's nothing wrong with pineapple by itself. Actually, I wouldn't mind some pineapple right now. Maybe that's the middle ground we can come to. I like pineapple. I enjoy pineapple. Pineapple is a fine fruit. There. See, we've got some middle ground. We enjoy pineapple. It just needs to know its place. And it's not on pizza. I will now spam chat again to make you fall behind. Darn you, Vincenzo. Don't be hating. Don't be hating that I was finally catching up.
Your orders.
All right, here we go. Notice how he got caught up once I started playing and talking less. It's true, Vincenzo. You instigate chat. Inu, hello, and hey, I'm actually able to greet you in a relatively. There it is. That redonkulous combo. I mean, luckily that's not an impressive Night Talon slay, but obviously Yum Yum had him down to 2 runes left, and now he's well over 36 health with. Well, he's not going to have Drain on the board for long. Boom! Down goes Night Talon Lord, banished forever from the board with Cast into Time. Hey, remember when Cast into Time banished all creatures of that type? Pepper's Farm remembers. Let's see. But Inu, yes, hello. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. That's quite all right. I know it's a late night for you, my friend. It actually is the same time. I started an hour earlier. It's not as late for me, but I know that it is a late night for you, and Brave in particular. A lot of peeps got a bit silent. When I hear Yum Yum, I remember the Princess Yum Yum from The Princess and the Cobbler. Such a trippy cartoon. Also one of the last Vincent Price's voiceovers. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that. Yum Yum. Princess Yum Yum from The Princess and the Cobbler. I know I always got confused because there's a cobbler that is another name for a pie. And then there's cobbler like that works on shoes. So every time I hear Princess and the Cobbler or I hear something in the cobbler, I always think of pie because pie is delicious. Ooh. Literally burn from Yum Yum. Oh, he transmogrified. What? That's why you're saying it's a longer thing. Denise, where are you? Oh, Denise, I wish you could see this. I wish you could see this. I mean, Returnal has the answer, unfortunately, but
I didn't come here.
that's what Yum Yum. That's why have seen no creatures in his deck, except for Manic Jack. You know, that's a creature. Brave Manic Jack.
My magnificent monster.
Chomp, chomp. Now he's a big buff Manic Jack. If Returnal had fewer cards, I would say it's looking good for Yum Yum, but Returnal is going to get one from trading his 3/2 in. Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right. We will check back in with Yum Yum momentarily, but I have actually not seen Princess and the Cobbler. Is that out of like is that an American thing? Was that done like in the States somewhere, or is that a from our perspective a foreign, but transmogrify? Crap, he has no bodies. I ain't got no body. But you say trippy cartoon, which makes me think it's kind of those weird ones. Almost like, who's that guy? I know, Baldrick, I think you're a fan of him, but Bakshi, the guy who did like the very interesting Lord of the Rings adaptation. Ralph Bakshi, that's what I'm thinking of. I think that's what I think. When you say trippy cartoon, I think of somebody like Ralph. Is Ralph right? Ralph. I just said it and I lost it. Bakshi. I think that's it. Anyway, I'm just curious because I wasn't spamming chat. It's fine. People don't need to talk all the time. That's right, Io. That's exactly right. I mean, it's fun when there's an argument or a conversation going on. It gets heated and the comments are flying. But yeah, I mean, people should just be able to just enjoy and not feel compelled to chat. That's a mark. That's a mark of true friendship. You can sit in a room with a friend and neither one of you feels like you have to talk. You just kind of sit there. It's almost becomes almost like more like a sibling relationship where you're just that comfortable with each other where you're just like, eh. Like I remember, like when I see my friend Eric, I've talked about him a lot on this channel. But when I haven't seen him in like a year, I go to his, we hug. Hey man, good to see you. We sit down. And then it's like he turns on Netflix or he turns on a video game. We're just kind of playing and we'll be like, so how are things going? Yeah, pretty good. Nice. And we end up building it into a conversation, a deep conversation, start talking about what's going on in our lives. It just takes a little while for us to ramp back up, but we're just kind of chilling. That's fine. So I'm glad we're all at that comfort level where it's not like, oh gosh, it's crickets. I need to say something. Let's see. I typically don't like saying words. Io says, I typically don't like saying words. The DM, I don't like saying words. Methinks there's a falsehood therein. Oh crap, they have 27 cards in deck. How many do you have, sir? 30. So he could deck them. I usually don't win before 10 cards left at the earliest with this deck. Oh my gosh. Well, Yum Yum did, it is... a long game as advertised. You called it. We knew what we were getting into, and he just burned through a bunch more. He's burning through more cards. Well, but he's also putting cards in his hand. That's kind of the bummer with it. But luckily, he's got a bunch of one power. He's not really doing a whole lot. Dawn's Wrath, that maybe? Immolating Blast, perhaps. Or that. Interesting. All right, Yum Yum. We're looking to see you turn this thing around. Yeah, another principle I read was only talk when you have something to say. I tried it and basically didn't talk. Yeah. Ooh, that's a nice top deck. Might want to draw. Well, I mean, at this point, Returnal is making it clear he's looking to close this thing out. I think he's not close to decking. I think Yum Yum wants him to play a few more cards before he throws out a red year. Nihilism, belief that life is meaningless. Okay, yeah, I don't know that you can be optimistic and believe that life is meaningless. Maybe you can. I don't know. I feel like life is meaningless is big picture, but you can have optimism in little things. But no, because if you think it's meaningless, then even little things don't matter. So yeah, I don't know that you really can be an optimistic nihilist. That would be a tricky thing to pull off, I think. It's not the same as negative, no. But I just think if you believe that life is meaningless, how can you enjoy life? How can you find pleasure in it? Because then you have no purpose. Because purpose gives meaning to stuff. So you have no purpose. And life itself doesn't exist for any particular reason. You're just happening to live it. I guess maybe there could be some... You could maybe pull that off, but I think it'd be tricky. I think it's better just to believe that life has meaning. That's probably easier. Baldrick, my name is Vincent. Oh, geez. Oh, my gosh. Chat just erupted here. Hey, Honey Badger is back. All right. Oh, wait. Hang on a second. I don't want to miss more of the philosophy. Oh, geez. Oh, my gosh. Here, I slowed down because I thought I was getting to the end of the chat, and then suddenly it's just... More. Baldrick, my name is Vincent. That's a cool name. Wait, did somebody say something about Vincent earlier and I missed it? It is a cool name though. Do you ever go by Vince? I know you go by Vincenzo. Name is Vincent. Do you ever go by Vince? I knew a guy. Well, I knew a guy named Vin. I don't know what that was short for. I'm guessing it's Vincent. I don't have great memories of him because he was tied in with the gal who was actually cheating on me with another dude whose name was Vin. But Vincent and Vincenzo are cool names. His name is Turd Muffin. That's also a cool name for the record. It's just a cool name for a jerk face. That's what that is. Body bag be hating. Too many hater tots. Oh, geez. That's a dad joke, which you can make because you're a dad. Hater tots. Oh, my gosh. Drank too much haterade? Oh, Vincenzo. I think I see why the chat died off for a minute there. People are like, what am I going to say? That hurts. Wow. Hater tots, haterade. I have a little too much mental fatigue, although otherwise I would try to join in on your punning. He's jealous. I think purpose is something we made up because our brains evolve too quickly. I don't understand why we have to have purpose. I never saw the need. I don't think it's that we have a need. I think, for me anyway, I see a purpose. Like you say, embrace your fate. I think my fate involves purpose. Like that fate has something for me. There is a reason for me to be here. I just feel that way. It's not something that it's not something I chose to believe in or want. It's just like it makes sense to me. I'm like, oh, I feel this drive to do something. I feel that my existence is tailored towards something, which would be a loose definition of purpose. And so that's all that is. I don't know that I need it, but I'm also a function-driven person. I'm a function-driven person. So I don't like just going somewhere to hang out and just like literally just hang out and do nothing. I mean, sometimes like a social if we ever have like a Tesla gathering, that'd be a great time to just, hang out and play Tesla. But like in general, I don't want to just hang out. Like I would rather go help somebody move than just go over and sit on their couch. And so when it comes to life, I would rather have something to do. I would rather have a purpose than just kind of be here. So that's how I'm wired. That's how I am. I would just rather have a focus or something to occupy myself, something to go for, than just be like, I'm here, And it's fine if people feel that way. But I just personally, as a function-driven person, I don't like to think that I'm just here just to chill. Like I need to have, what's my motivation? I need to have a motivation. If our life is the only thing we get to experience, then it's the only thing that matters. Optimistic nihilism in a nutshell. If our life is the only thing we get to experience, then it's the only thing that matters. Oh, he is decking him. Yum Yum is decking Returnal. He's got one rune left. If he can't close it out, he's got one more, right? Yeah, if he can't populate the board and Yum Yum's got Dawn's Wrath. Oh my gosh, are we gonna see? Oh my god! Oh, he killed himself. Wow, that might be the most sadistic, longest way to beat somebody. Oh my gosh. But I laugh, haha. I laugh in the face of danger, ha 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 ha. Yeah, no kidding, man. Oh, geez. Yeah, see, all the health in the world won't save you from the decking. All right, because I feel bad about skipping Vincenzo, ostensibly by accident, actually by accident. Oh, man. What? Vincenzo, you're supposed to be wrecking people.
A fine display.
A fine display. That always makes me think of, I think he's still, this guy is apparently a fan of mine. Oh, no kidding. A1 Pawn Sauce, the fan.
I can smell it.
Okay, well, hey, the student has become the master. The fan has become the dominator. That sounded kind of weird. Always nice to meet a fan in the face. That's how I felt after I lost to Jay Shades for like the second time. I was like, cool, we're friends now, and you just kicked my butt. And you know I'm doing a video, so you know for a fact that you're embarrassing me in front of millions and millions of viewers. I don't know why my voice is cracking. Oh gosh. Puberty's a bitch. When it hits you when you're 44. Almost. Not quite there yet. But yeah, I don't know. So that's hard. Because that's a big if. It's supposing that our life is the only thing we get to experience. And so therefore it's the only thing that matters. I mean, I think it's practical. Live with what you have and don't be focused on the after. That's what baffles me when, you know, like from my perspective, I'm not gonna preach, folks. Don't shout me down. But for me, when people are focused on fire insurance, when they look at like, you know, Christianity, whatever the religion is, if you're like looking for heaven, your focus is in the wrong place. Like it's not supposed to be about, oh, this is taking care of the next life. In theory, that belief, the relationship that you're having with your maker or whatever the relationship happens to be, it's supposed to be for the here and now. It's supposed to be for living this life now, not just stockpiling and banking it all on the afterlife. And I'm not saying that because I don't believe in it necessarily. I just think it's a crummy way. It's a disappointing way to live where it's like you're never focused on this life and what you can do here and what that relationship is supposed to do for you here. It's all about, oh, I don't want to go to a bad place, or, you know, I just can't wait till I go to the good place, because then you're not focused on what you can do here. And I think you shortchange yourself. His fist fed behind. Hello, Mr. Knuckles. All right. Vincenzo looks like he's the only one. He is. Oh, no, we got Mr. Punk 90. And Amarillo. Okay, let's check out Amarillo. We have not seen Amarillo. I'm not skipping you on purpose, Vincenzo. I was about to scroll back up to you, but Amarillo, we haven't got to see him in a while. So we are going to take a gander at him going against Azurpus 3. Or, okay, I'm not going to actually say what the alternative to that would be, because it makes me sound dirty. Okay, anyway, I need to stop thinking about philosophy and move on. Honey Badger is back, just got back to work. Welcome back. We're talking about pineapple and philosophy. Yes, indeed. Good pineapple philosophy for you all. Pineapple 100% belongs on pizza. Anyone who says otherwise despises truth itself. Says the guy who can't bother to put a period at the end of his comment. I think we can all disregard that. If there's one thing we've learned from the internet, it's anytime people uses all caps and anytime people uses poor grammar, we can ignore and disregard their statement altogether. That is a truth fact. Sorry, Honey Badger, but your ridiculous statement is being stricken from the record. Can I actually remove this? I'm not going to do it, but I'm just curious. Report. Remove. Interesting. I might report that. That's hate speech, man. Oh, and then he gives a chuckle afterward. Keep it up for verisimilitude with pizza toppings. I like using words like wait, is that really how it's spelled? I thought it was oh crap. I've said the word before. Verisimilitude. There you go. Verisimilitude. Nothing like using big words like that in conjunction with something as mundane as pizza toppings. Inu says, yep, 2 a.m. again. Had an away game today. Let's see if I can stay awake. How did you got to tell us if you won or not. How did you do? Did you pull out the dub? The great pineapple belongs on pizza conspiracy. Baldrick, now you're talking sense. The idea that pineapple belonging on pizza is actually a conspiracy. That it is only those with the pointy tinfoil hats who genuinely believe they belong together. They've been indoctrinated and deceived by the nefarious forces. That's not enough for lethal, is it? Even 2 of them wouldn't have been enough. That's 13. That's pretty close. Oh, he's going to trade. Supreme Dragon. Well, Supreme Dragon bit the dust. Let's see. Io. There we go. Some more good philosophy. Does it belong, referring to pineapple on pizza, or is it simply put on sometimes? That's the most favorable thing I think we can say about pineapple on pizza, is that some people do it. That's all you got. That's all there is to it. It doesn't even mean that they're right or that they're good or that they're wholesome people. It just means that some people do it. The unexamined life is not worth living without pineapple. Socrates. That must be Socrates. Socrates is younger and much less enlightened brother. The unexamined life is not worth living. I think that's the actual phrase. Nice, Amarillo. And Amarillo, whoa, I didn't even notice. I should point that out. Amarillo's not playing his bread and butter is Telvanni. Oh no. I'm thinking of Tiago the blacksmith. Good to see you again, Amarillo. Let's take a look at Mr. Punk 90, who I don't think I've spectated before, but is a top 10 player. Fantastic. Oh, and oh, nice. He just built that Crusader deck. Well done, sir. World Drums is doing pretty well. Oh, okay, that's helpful. Gonna nuke one of these little kitties over here, hooded kitties. All right. Does he have a way? Champion of the Arena will take care of this. He can take care of that. Fortunately, there's no lightning bolts that can take him out. No Incano, but Cliff Racer has been the bane of many a good player's existence since we've started watching, since we've, in this newest season. So unfortunately, I think. So wait, he can buff up the Champion of the Arena, right? No, he's not going to do that though. He's just going to block and squish. Is he going to break that rune? No, he's not. Doesn't want to give him more options. But yeah, Tazcad, Cliff Racer, Swift Dragon, perhaps. Okay, all right. That's not great, but not the worst. He can mute that and take it out. It's not the ideal use of mute. All right. Honey Badger, sorry I assumed you all were talking about pineapple and pizza, not just pineapple. See, and no, and that's the thing, Honey Badger. We are flexible people. We can see value without lumping two things together that should not be linked together. All right. We use it as short for both, I think. Wait, what? Shoot. I don't know what that is reference to, Beowulf. We use it as short for both. I think it's referring to one of the words in a different language. Yeah. Honey Badger saying crazy things again. I don't know what he's about to say, but I guarantee you it's going to be crazy and nonsensical. It belongs, Io, though I am not saying that it is the one and only topping. It is just the best one. 3 meat is a close second, and Supreme is up there as well. Like I said, saying crazy things. If you want to argue that pineapple belongs on pizza, and Honey Badger does want to argue that, because he's a crazy person, you do not put it before a Supreme or a meat lover pizza. It should be enough to say it's okay. It belongs on pizza. If you want to make a ludicrous comment, that will suffice. You don't have to pretend that it should be one of the top. I think we've already established that it's like, oh, it's one of the top 10, or it's the top 12 toppings of all time, like behind all the other toppings that are possible. And World Drums doing a little unnecessariness there on Mr. Punk 90. Unfortunately, goes down. We came in and he was not in a great position, and his opponent was able to close it out. Alrighty. Now I am going to, let's see, take a look at IO. I'm going to try to get make it through chat, because I'm not necessarily up against a hard out at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock tonight, but that's as long as my family was told that they need to be out. So they may come back in and they've got a kid, and so there could be the screaming and the yelling and the stuffs. So I do want to be able to wrap this up tonight, just because we've got extended family visiting. Next week it should be back to normal, and I could go a little bit later if need be. But let us see if I can catch up with chat once again. I got there. I got tantalizingly close and then pulled away from me. A lot of it is Honey Badger saying crazy things, though. So, Io, I had pizza for dinner tonight. No pineapple this time, and I do not regret my choice. In fact, it was the best pizza I ever had. For those just listening, I have changed reality. Honey Badger, Rome may not have been built in a day, but it was built on the principle that pineapple belongs on pizza. It was only when the cursed Senate deviated from Romulus's vision and removed that culinary staple did Rome fall. I mean, revisionist history would be a very kind way of framing what Honey Badger just said. I prefer profane vulgarity. A warping, a perversion of history. Everybody knows Romulus was not a fan of pineapple on pizza. There's a statue of him stepping on a pineapple pizza, and it says, "E pluribus destroyus pizzamus pineappleus." I think we all know what that means. Let's see. Yep, it's Ralph Bakshi. His other cartoons are great too, like Hey Good Lookin', Wizards, Heavy Traffic, or American Pop. For a second, I thought that said American Poop. I don't know why, but I prefer Pop. Io saying, oh, more like slowly declined, referring to Rome. Slowly declined. Yeah, it rotted away from the inside. It definitely rotted. I found Rome a city of bricks and left it a city of pineapple pizza. Augustus. Beowulf whipping out the classic quotes and putting his own spin on them. I do like that. It does kind of flow together.
Name it. I'll forge it.
But that does sound like a favorable angle on pineapple pizza. So I fundamentally disagree. But just as the Athenians, argued and debated in the city square about deep truths, we too can argue and disagree about deep truth. Falsehoods, fabrications? Nay, just because I do use words to talk doesn't mean I like to all the time. You just said nay. No one who doesn't like to talk says nay. That's a double negative. No one who likes to talk says nay. No one who doesn't like talking says nay. Nay is a dead giveaway that you like to say words. I guess the thing with belief is we don't get to choose it. You either do or don't. Otherwise, you're just lying to yourself. Exactly, Beowulf. Yes, 100%. 100%. I do agree with that. And that was something that was, I would say it was actually a relief when I discovered that, because obviously I do have my beliefs. But, if you don't realize it, you just keep thinking, why can't other people see it? It's like, look, if you don't have, if it doesn't, you can't be like, I choose to believe. I mean, you can say that, but it doesn't make it so. Like you said, you're just tricking yourself. That's a very good point. So choosing to believe something doesn't make sense to me. Oh, well. Okay, now I see it a little bit differently. Let me see. Because, here, Beowulf. Let's say somebody cuts me off. Like I'm driving my car and somebody runs a red light and cuts me off and almost causes an accident. I can either believe or think that person is just a jerk and doesn't care about me and just would as soon crush my car as be late for whatever event he was going to. Or I could believe that there was some emergency, something that was driving him to make that poor decision because he was rushing his wife to the hospital, or some dangerous thing was happening and he was on his en route. I mean, we've seen enough movies to know that people, speed when they're doing their heroic thing and they're about to save somebody's life. So between those two options, I choose to believe that he was doing it that it was an emergency and he wasn't doing it for the wrong reasons. And I can stand by that because I don't know which one is true. but I'm choosing to believe the best because there's no reason not to. So I do agree with you that you can't, if you're having to convince yourself, or if you're lying to yourself, that doesn't work. But since I really don't know, and it could either be either one legitimately, I think you can choose to believe what you want to believe. I guess that's what it comes down to. People believe what they want to believe. So we've heard that phrase. I think that does apply, but that is choosing to believe in something. It's like I choose to believe that this is true because it aligns with my worldview or aligns with what I think about something else. So I do agree in general. I like when it comes to like, afterlife or something, like you can't just say, oh, I definitely believe in a God, and you really don't. You can't force yourself to have that belief and to act on that belief. But like I have an uncle who is more or less agnostic, and he said, I don't know that there's a God. There's been nothing that indicates to me that there is a God or that there's an afterlife, but I choose to believe there is one because life just seems a little bit better with that as an option to it. So he's legitimately going, there's nothing for me to base it on, but I just like the idea better than not believing in it. So I choose to believe because I don't really know. Again, agnostic, you're going maybe, but I don't know. I think, so lying to yourself, never a good idea. But there are times I think where we can choose to believe something when we don't know for a fact which if one is true or not. And, it can be harder to live your life that way. But, Michael hasn't changed the way he lives. He just chooses to believe that there is something beyond this life and that there's something bigger than him in existence. And again, it doesn't change how he does anything. He finds comfort in that idea more so than that there is nothing beyond what we can see and what we experience. All right, Vincenzo's playing again. Let's see him dominate rank 5. Do it or be mocked. All right, here we go. I did a lot in high school, but I've been going so long as okay, so Vincenzo has gone by Vin a lot in high school, but I've been going so long as my last name, it's weird to hear my first name. Wait, is your name Vin Vincenzo? Is it? That can't be right. Is that really? So you're saying you went by Vin in high school, but you go by so long as your last name, which as far as I know, I don't know your last name, but you said you're Vincent or Vincenzo is what you go by, and so that sounds like it's your last name, and so it's weird to hear your first name, which would be Vin. So I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, but I mean that's kind of cool. If your name was Vin Vincenzo, that's pretty dope. If you truly believe in purpose, that's totally fine. Well, that's good. I'm glad it's okay to believe in purpose. But yes, to the point that you made before, you went by Vince. Okay, you went by Vince, but you've been going by last name, I guess, because of military service. That it's weird to hear Vince. I'm guessing is what you're saying there. Oh, there we go. He says it right here. My last name makes the whole thing flow nicely. Vincent Ayala. Oh wait, Ayala. Vincent Ayala. It does, yeah. It's got a nice cadence to it. Vincent Ayala. I butchered it. I'm sorry. Vincent Ayala. Vincent Ayala. Yeah, that does have a nice ring to it. Vincent Ayala. It sounds. There we go. Another great fantasy character name. Vincent Ayala and Vendor and oh crap. It's a cat. It's a 2-word. It's a kind of a dog. Something coma? Something I don't remember. I'm behind on chat. I need to catch up. I've only got 20 minutes. Muffins. Body bag. Dynamite drop in. Muffins. Okay. Cool name. Oh no, there we go. He's talking about Vincenzo, not muffins. Honey Badger, I would make the argument at Beowulf that people choose to believe, for example, conspiracy theories, in spite of the evidence for or against them. Well, but if there is evidence for them, you wouldn't be believing in spite of the evidence. You would be believing in accordance with the evidence. And I will say there has been the amount of conspiracy theories seems to have dwindled as a lot of stuff that has been considered laughable and a joke and just ridiculous. A lot of it's like, oh, that actually is a thing. And it's like, oh. Which kind of sucks because then you're like, all right, well, how many doors does that actually open up? Ayala. That's what I said. Yeah. Ayala. What did I say? Okay, I screwed it up. Ayala. Now I can't say anything except for Ayala. In any case, it still works. It's still a good name. Dag nabbit. I am actually, the neurons are not firing as much as they should be. Of course they are. I agree. But that's not true belief. That's a decision some people make. I find it a bit lazy. So would you say belief in like religion? All right. So Paul, that's something journey to Sovngarde. Staple. Oh, that journey to Sovngarde is staple. I do like journey to Sovngarde. Are we talking about the sweet roll? Is that a reference to that? That was a while ago, right? The 5-6 sweet roll? Same principle. I think a lot of people just accept what they happen to be born into. Some decide to believe for comfort, etc. Like I was saying, like my uncle. He doesn't, like I said, he doesn't believe in God. He doesn't like pray or anything. He just chooses to believe that there is something out there that is beyond his knowledge. And I mean, he's a science guy. He's, computer science, PhD, that kind of stuff. And I think he's just seen enough stuff where he's like, for him, he's like, there is something beyond. Again, he's not saying God, but he's like, there's just, in other words, he is, I don't know. I don't want to get too far into that, but it's just something that's like, I think the more you realize that there are things that you didn't think that existed before that actually do in this life that we can actually see and that are observable, you go, okay, how much stuff then isn't there? And when you start talking about dimensional things, like dimensions that we can't see, dimensions that exist, in the space or whatever else, it's like, okay, there's at least some things beyond our current comprehension. And it's kind of weird to think, like, historically, we see like all the things that we've come to know and come to understand. And I'm not talking about God, but I'm just talking about like, things in general, in life in general. And to think that somehow we've reached the apex of that and that there's not going to be 200 years from now people going, can you believe 200 years ago people didn't think this existed or people thought this was true? Crazy. So like that process is never going to stop. So there are things now that we don't think are true, that we don't believe in, that we're going to find out, or that we would find out if we were to live that long, are actually in fact true. So I think it can be folly to assume that we have maxed out our understanding of everything at this particular point, that we know all there is to know, and therefore, if it's not something we know now, it's never going to be known. I think there's plenty of stuff that we still don't know. Just like historically, I'm sure people in the past thought that they had it all figured out, and they come to find out otherwise later. But anyway, that's just pontificating. But does it reflect truth? Speaking of voice cracking, this one kid keeps desperately asking me to march the class around base. It's my job as leader. And the one time he got to, because I wasn't around, his voice was cracking. Come on, guys, follow me into battle. I will lead you to victory. Huzzah! The sad thing is I'm not really having to strain too much to make my voice crack, which means my voice is actually fatigued. But it's fine. Don't worry about me, guys. I'll pull through. Everything we experience is part of our life. You could argue that this includes the relationships you make, deeds you do. I think he means do as opposed to do as in do. Even the legacy you leave behind. Yeah. I would say in religion, you don't choose to believe one thing or another, but rather you are convinced to believe whichever religion you are talking about. Would disagree on that. I was taught one thing growing up, but then it was like, find it for yourself. Like, there's no point. Like, if you truly believe, you realize that there is no point in trying to brainwash somebody to believe what you believe. It defeats the purpose. If you don't have that personal experience, the relationship is dead. There is no point in continuing on. Religion itself has no intrinsic value. It is supposed to be pointing the way to something greater, something bigger, and it's supposed to be kind of a way to get you facing in that direction. If religion becomes the end all be all, personally, I don't think then it just becomes exercises. It becomes tradition for the sake of tradition, for the sake of exercises. So like, I would not demand or try to convince. If I had a kid, I wouldn't try to convince them to believe what I believe. It's like, if you've got to find whatever it is for yourself. Now, I mean, people can be deceived in multiple ways, but I think there are folks like myself or people, like I know my mother, for one, who was not raised in anything. She just was going, okay, God, if you're out there, I want to know who you are. I want to know you. And it went from there. It was an if. I don't even know that there is a God, but if there is, show me. And that's how her relationship started. So there are plenty of people who find it. All right, Beatrice in a versus match. People who find it on their own. And I think that's the only way to go about it. If you're convinced, brainwashed, or induced in any way, or guilted into it, that's a big one. I hate it when it's like, oh, believe in this or you're going to hell. It's like, that's not going to convince anybody. Like, that doesn't make them a believer. That just makes them scared of the possibility. And that's not the relationship. That's not what the relationship should be based on. That's not a healthy relationship where you're like, oh, I believe in you so I don't burn like for eternity, which is, I don't even think is a thing, honestly. But that's not the relationship you want. That's not the belief you want. So I do think you need to find it yourself if you're going to find it at all. But speaking from experience, I was not convinced to do it. It's been something that I have come to believe based on my experience. But understanding that a lot of people don't have that experience. The whole time the whole time and he got laughed at by everyone passing by. Left, 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 right, left. Come on, guys. We got to take this hill. Bro, my voice still cracks occasionally. Does it really, IO? I don't think I've heard it, which obviously you said it's occasionally, so I understand. It may not be a constant thing. But you're still young, man. You're in your 20s still, right? Yeah, you're still a young fella. You still have the second phase of puberty to overcome. Agreed. Generally, that's why I try to express what's born into. I put my dad voice on whenever I march the class. Dude, Vincenzo, do you ever do your dad voice on your channel? I think we need to have a point of reference where it's like, okay, if you want to hear my dad voice, check out this video. I do it at the very beginning. This is my dad voice. I'm just curious because I've heard you're playing Divinity voice and you're playing Tesla voice, but I don't know that I've heard your dad voice. Body bag. I smoke crack occasionally. Is crack? Can you smoke crack? I don't know drugs all that well. Don't you typically snort it or shoot it or something? Can you actually smoke crack? I mean, I guess so if Body Bag's doing it, but he may be joking. All right, so Honey Badger is in agreement with Beowulf on the philosophy. There we go. Hey, Beowulf, yes, exactly. I want to hear that voice on your next video. I like how everyone is talking about deep things and Body Bag is just trying to derail things. It's true, but that is his MO. Poor grammar. I'll show you poor grammar. Oh, and of course, leave it to Honey Badger to know that ew is a word or you is a word. Anybody else know what EWE is? You? It's a lamb. Like, and the way I learned that, my dad made did a Valentine's Day, homemade Valentine's Day card for my mom, and it was an eye, like an eyeball, and then I think it was a heart, and then it was a lamb face. I was like, I heart lambs, so I love you because you is a baby lamb. But again, a man who handles goats like a champ, takes care of them, doctors them up, would definitely know you. But don't try to slither out of this, Honey Badger. I got you. You don't have to fake the poor grammar. I saw it. I do have a lot to talk. I do have to do a lot to talk over the class too. I put the dad voice on and go, "Hey, listen up, everyone." So instead of "Hey, it's me, Vincenzo," it's "Hey, listen up, everyone." Oh crap! Who did we just watch? Beatrice. He won, right? I think he won, but I don't know for sure. I didn't see it. I don't want to say good game and have him lost, and he thinks I'm being sarcastic and jerky. All right. If he says something, we'll respond. But oh no, I could have sworn he won. I'm pretty sure he won. I thought in my head, I'm like, hey, I'm keeping up with the chat, but he won. How's the CIA training going? Are you 007 yet? Did you miss my rant earlier? Yes, you did. Okay, Beatrice. Okay, you're there with me, buddy. Okay. Op, sir. Oh, OPP, sir. I made it. I made it on stream. Yeah. Yeah, Beatrice, I'm always scrolling down looking. I'm glad we were able to catch up with you today, man. And I now have access to, I've got it right here. Oh, wait. Will you be able to see this if I do this? No, you can't. Dang it. I was going to drag. I've got the folder that says Beatrice on my desktop, and it has all your shouts on it. So that is queued up. I think I'm going to do one batch at a time as the sponsor for the next several videos. There we go. And the poop stone user goes down fast. Good to see. Oh, okay, there we go. Opponent surrender. The more you know. Now I know. Op sir, opponent surrender. Sounds pretty cool. Okay, now. Okay, yep. Mr. Punk 90. Let's take another gander. Oh, wait. Oh, Poof Yes. Okay, well, we can check Poof Yes next. Vincenzo, did you miss my rant earlier? Uh-oh. Scrolling has gone crazy. Oh, geez. Oh, gosh. Okay, just so you all know, like, up until a moment ago, when I'm looking at chat, it showed the box being down at the very bottom. Like, it looked like all I had to do was scroll down like one or two lines, and I was going to be at the end of chat. But then when it auto scrolls down, I have to scroll up for like a year and a half. I'm like, crap. All right. Let's see. And I'm seeing a lot of cool stuff here. Let's see. Oh, geez. Let's see. And yes, I know he ain't CIA. Referring to Vincenzo. I've noticed a certain helicopter went down while you've been gone. Body bag with a creepy eyeball. Honey Badger, got a chuckle out of that. I've had a TS this entire time and you guys never even knew. Top secret, no kidding. Vincenzo, you're not supposed to say that, man. It's my mount value deck. Or wait, what did he say? It's my MT value scout deck. Does MT, it looks like initials, so it's not mount. My MT value scout deck. You're gonna have to give me the translation of that there, Beatrice. I recognize scout. Let's see. I believe it's top secret, TS. And if not, then you're totally cool. But yeah. But no, it's annoying because I've been made class leader and I had to deal with someone being racist on accident. Oh, that's right. The rant earlier. Yep. And the guy who did it by accident was trying to explain himself and kind of bury the hatchet. And the guy who believed he had been racist did it upon, didn't want to let it go, as I recall. Like a bad joke kind of accident. That's the only way I can think of that kind of thing being an accident. Oh, well, here's the thing. There's a difference between an accident, like accident racism, or perceived racism. Like you could say, I could say, and this is true. This is very bizarre. I know, and if anybody else can, like, it's just an observation I had. Like most of the people I see driving Nissans and Mercedes, typically the black community. Like those are most of the time. If I see a driver in a Nissan or a Mercedes, a black person, white people typically in like a BMW. That's just a broad thing. Like just randomly happen to see something and it just flags. I'm like, oh my gosh, it may not be true, and it doesn't say anything about anybody any which way. But if I were to say that to somebody, they could be like, oh, that's racist. I'm like, it's just a casual observation. I'm not saying it's true, and I'm not saying there's any value to it, but that's just what I've observed, and there may be something to it for whatever reason. Maybe Nissan, I don't know, it has something that appeals. It has more mass appeal. I don't know. But some people could say that's racist, and I'm like, I don't think that's racist. I don't think I need to apologize for that. But somebody could take it the wrong way. So I think you can have, it's not accidental racism, but it's like perceived racism, and it's actually a nothing. But yeah, I am curious about the accident part as well. But Vincenzo is going to school for intelligence. We wrinkle out smooth brains is their motto. Vincenzo, she said something along the lines of because you're African, and the person got offended. She followed that up with, I meant it as a compliment, and I genuinely think she didn't mean it. I mean, I guess that'd be along the lines of saying, I thought you were fast because you're black. Like it's a generalization. It's a stereotype maybe, but I mean, honestly, I could think of maybe 4. We'll say maybe a dozen of people that I met in my life who weren't weren't very athletic. And so I don't know. I don't know. I think it becomes detrimental if you make a general Mournhold Trader. There we go. Mournhold Trader value scout deck. I don't know. I just think there's way too much sensitivity about the racist thing. People act like it's the worst thing in the world, and it's the most. If it's genuine, it's just one form of hatred. It's one form of superiority. There's many different forms of that. It just happens to be one. I think it has been almost worshipped by some people. It is held up as like this big bad thing. I personally have a strong distaste for it, but I've seen people who claim to hate racism actually be racist. So it's a mess. But I do think it has been. It gets exalted as if it's the worst thing in the world, and I'm like, it's one of many ills in life. It's not a good thing, but I don't know why people get so worked. It's like, okay, somebody hates me because of my race. Somebody else hates me because of my religion. Somebody hates me because of this. It's all hatred. It all works out the same. If somebody punches me, I don't care if it's because they're racist or because they're heightist or because they hate Tessel or because they don't like my voice or because they're having a bad day. You punch me in the face. I couldn't care less why you did it and why we fixate on the cause of the hatred so much. Like, let's just, I don't know. Anyway, it's just weird. But yeah, that sounds like an innocent mistake. And if it was a mistake, but I mean, yeah, you got to know in this day and age, unless you know the people you're around, you just avoid talking about race. Obviously, I didn't do a very good job of that tonight, but you just avoid talking about it because you just know there are going to be some people that either for whether it's justified or not, they're going to get perturbed about it and whatever. Anyway, moving on. We got a lot of chat to get to. Intelligence work. I obviously can't go into more detail than that. Very true, Vincenzo. Very true. Understandable. We understand. Io echoing my sentiments exactly. Sounds cool. But yes, I'm basically James Bond. That's a fantastic thing to be. Okay, I can't do it with my voice like this. I can do it like this. Hello, Moneypenny. Does Bond have a mustache, though? Bond has never had a mustache. To my knowledge, there's never been a mustachioed James Bond. And now he does. Got a mustache. A perversion of history, says the guy who can't read Io's comment correctly. Wait, what are we talking about here? What comment did I read incorrectly? I'm fatigued of the brain. You know this. I'll get my wife to record me marching my class and maybe upload it to YouTube if I'm still the leader when we graduate. Awesome. Yes, that'd be awesome. Oh, you can do a short, man. Shorts are a good way to get some views on your channel. You just do like a quick short of something. You just make it, entertaining to some degree. Or you could say changes what Io said. That would be more accurate. I think, Honey Badger, I probably changed what Io said. That's not a perversion of history. It's an alteration or an upgrade or an update on history because I said it. Therefore, it's fine. There's actually an ancient mosaic in Pompeii of a child making an offering to a god of, yes, pineapple. This is actually true. Like you said, Beowulf, people believe in very strange things. And, they're just crazy stuff. They're crazy people. Poof, yes. Where are we at here with this? Okay, not looking great. Up against a last gasp deck. And I'm guessing, because Poof, yes is good people, I'm guessing there's a legitimate disconnect or something that actually has taken them away from the game. It's too close to be a BM thing, I think. More than likely. If he's not there for the next turn, we'll move on because if he's disconnected or if he's away from the game for whatever reason, obviously it's not anything we needed to see. Let's see. See, the question though is, Beowulf, the child. Actually, you know what it is? No. This is what history really is, Beowulf. The child wasn't making an offering to a god of pineapple. He was trying to burn the pineapple to rid the world of it because he knew that future generations would try to put it on pizza and ruin civilization as we know it. That's actually what was happening. It's a lot deeper than you think. Don't try to trivialize it. I think I remember seeing that somewhere, says Honey Badger, but of course he saw what I saw. So like the spaghetti god, praise the pasta.
Everything myself.
Yeah, touch grass, praise pasta. What is it? Praise the sun from the Soul. It's the Soul games. Soul something. Praise the pasta. It's actually baffling because pineapple wasn't brought to Europe then. Interesting. So it's just pineapple is an invader. It's an aggressive fruit. Let's merge the two religions. Pineapple on spaghetti. Oh my gosh. But we're talking about the guy who puts mustard on everything. Vincenzo, your spaghetti sauce, your ideal spaghetti sauce, is it just spaghetti with mustard all over it? Io, yes, that definitely deserves a WTF. Can you imagine? Now that is okay. No, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Somebody already made an argument that pizza is essentially like pasta because they're both carbs, they're both whatever. So it's kind of the same thing. They're just in different forms. So you're essentially saying that a bread, a carb with red sauce and meat, putting pineapple on that is an abomination. But if you change the pasta to a crust, to a bread of some kind, now all of a sudden it's magical and wonderful. Come on, guys. A little consistency. That's all I'm asking for. Search for House of Ephebi, Pompeii pineapple. Probably, but you don't know. Honey Badger, let us combine it all. Pineapple spaghetti, pizza with mustard, sour cream, and a nice dessert of rosemary lemon chocolate. Honey Badger, I'm glad you're tracking all the abominations, and I'm glad you lumped in pineapple, pizza, spaghetti, mustard, sour cream, and rosemary lemon chocolate in the same sentence, because it all puts them in the same bizarre, twisted category of nefarious nonsense. You are all welcome. I'd rather lick Nintendo Switch cartridges. Hey, those are delicious, Io. I don't know what you got against Nintendo cartridges, but they're delicious. All right, Vincenzo, give us another game, my friend. Why is chicken the dessert when we have some weird orange chocolate to choose from? Wait a minute. Why the heck is chicken the dessert when we have some weird orange chocolate to choose from? That is interesting. I've never heard of chicken being a dessert, although I've never heard of licking Nintendo Switch cartridges either. Maybe we should combine them. Chicken and carts. Chicken cart. I don't know. My idea was not as good as yours. Personally, as an atheist, I just like living my life, being good to people. I don't need any kind of afterlife to motivate me to do that. Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. I think fear as a motivator, or the promise of an afterlife, it should be. It's not that you're living now for the afterlife or because there's an afterlife. It's the belief in other things that make life richer. But yeah, I get you 100%. Is it just orange and chocolate? Because it doesn't sound that bad. If it's sprinkled with rosemary, like Brave says, that's too far, I think. Oh, Honey Badger, Hippocrates. We were talking about Rome. The great thinker Hippocrates saith, methinks pineapple on pizza is fine, but rosemary with chocolate is an abomination. That's just like saying pooping on the floor is bad, or pooping on the floor is fine, but pooping in the grass is horrible. I don't know. Oh, jeez, boy, I am on fumes, my friends, on fumes. Yes, anybody that actually read the different books wouldn't argue anymore that they have a good... Yes, anybody that actually read the different books wouldn't argue anymore that they are a good base for morals. What books are we referring to? I don't know. Oh, jeez. Hawthorne 21 with a dynamite drop there. Belly G is going to punch it back, I think. Is that why you said 1,000? Oh, no, he's got the rage. Yep. He does get a little damage from the one guy, but yeah, wow, what a response from Vincenzo. Looked like his back was against the wall, and he cleared that out. Hawthorne is feeling the burn, but he's running invade, so we don't have much sympathy. Even if there's no afterlife, that's even more reason to be the best person you can be, because this life is all we have. The only issue with that, and not issue, but the other half of that is some people would say, if this is the only life I got, I want to live it to the fullest. Everybody else just needs to do what they like, kind of everybody for themselves. Like, if this is all you got, you better make the best use of it. I'm not saying that same mentality triggers that, but that is the darker side of that of that mentality. There's dark sides to pretty much everything, but I know that there are some people like, look, this is all I got. I'm going to do what I got to do to get mine, and you got to do what you got to do to get yours, and we'll see who actually gets what, because this is all it's all about. But obviously, like I said, that's a dark side of it, whereas the normal side is just be the best person you can be, live the best life, and just enjoy it. So we all agree that we should all live morally good lives. 100%, Honey Badger. The problem that has plagued humanity is not people agreeing that we should live morally good lives. The problem with humanity is that people have different perspectives on what morally good lives look like. That's the problem. Enjoy it and don't be a dick. Kind of goes in with that. Different people have different definitions of dick. But in theory, yes, I think that is exactly what we should be striving for. Good lives, yeah, morally, that's subjective. There you go. Exactly, Io. And morals change. Yeah. I don't know about like person to person, they can be different. They can change generationally. Typically, you'd have to have a big issue or something big happen in life to change your personal morals. Okay, that works. Good lives. Where does good come from? Oh boy, here we go. If we had this combo 300 years ago, not doing harm to others, it was fine to have slaves for only men to vote, etc. Well, even back then, there were people that weren't fine with that. But yeah, if you go back far enough, slavery was very common. I mean, that's what you did. You if you didn't kill somebody, you enslaved them. That was survival. Yeah, I mean, when the landscape of the world is different, it's really hard to try to apply modern day morality. But even then, I mean, I'm sure there were people that weren't. But I mean, it wasn't some horrible thing. It was like, well, you can either be killed or you were enslaved by the people because people were at war with each other. So it was definitely much more common and more normalized. But when, yeah, I always kind of shirk a little bit from trying to judge history by current standards, because it's like we have the luxury in many ways of living the way we live now. The world was a much darker place and a much more difficult place back in the day. But yeah, in general, yes, morals do change. Let's not go there. Just trying to make the point that morals change. No journey counters deck out tactic. Oh, there we go. Wait, no journey counters deck out tactic. Oh, that's what you're saying, Pual. That journey counters the deck out. Yes, exactly. Vincenzo put positive vibes out there. Those are a thing. There are frequencies, positive thoughts or whatever. They do have actual frequencies, so that is a thing. They're not necessarily directed. It's hard to channel them in the right direction, but there is a frequency that those operate on. I feel like this would be a can of worms that we do not have time to go through tonight. And even if we could, honestly, it is, yeah, it's something that, because we come, like, we all have a lot of common ground, which is great, but there are places where we don't have an overlap. And so there are certain times that conversation, while it can be enlightening and interesting, the agreement or coming to an agreement or understanding, you're going to hit a point where it's like, okay, this key point we don't agree upon. And it's kind of like, it's like unlocking a level. It's like, well, okay, we need to agree on this in order to go down further. This is a principle or an idea we have to agree on, and we don't. So we can't really pursue this train of thought any further because we're no longer coming at it from a shared reality. If our reality is different, the way we discuss it, like, I mean, I remember talking to somebody who thought love and lust were the exact same thing. They were just different ways of expressing it. I'm like, no, I think they're fundamentally different. So anytime we were going to talk about that kind of thing, we really couldn't have a conversation about it because we were looking at it from completely different perspectives. But yeah, you know, it is. It's a thick conversation. That is to be sure. I don't think so, Paul. Journey pulls out of the deck, so in theory, it makes the deck out faster if the journey is answered. Fair point. Fair point. That's why I ended the topic. Okay, then I can end it as well. Good call, IO. Remember the pre-nerf journey? That was wild. I'm trying to remember what the stat was. It was a 6 cost, and it did something else. Vincenzo wasn't around. Oh yeah, good question, Beowulf. Reduce everything by 5 cost. Oh, that's right. Yes, that's right. It buffed them. It buffed their strength, and it reduced their cost by 5. Yep, exactly. Yeah. So 0 cost creatures that just got a 5/5 buff. Exactly right. Yeah, Honey Badger. Yep. Yep. And after it got nerfed, there were a lot of people like, oh, it's not worth having. It's not as good, but it's still pretty darn good. I feel like some old cards that got nerfed could go back. Yep. They did that with what's his face? Manticora. Manticora got nerfed, lost its guard. They brought the guard back. Praetorian Commander was wild too, gave everything in your deck +2/+2. I don't remember that, but I don't doubt it. That was so broken. Man, yeah. Echo of Akatosh used to give every card in your deck a keyword, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Jeez. Can you imagine? That's crazy. Okay. I went by Vince. Okay. Not very clever, this one. I'm trolling at this point. Okay. Vincenzo admittedly was trolling. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see. Epic Mundus Stone. Poop Stone in dragon form. Never a good time. But Io looking like he's making some good progress against Matrix NL. Strike that. He actually just prevailed. Matrix gave up the fight. Probably saw that we were spectating and was like, this is not going to go well for me. That is an interesting thing, though. If you don't, like, can you get booted by somebody that you're, I guess not, because you're not spectating him. All right, it looks like Mr. Punk 90 is still, Zensky. We haven't seen Zensky in a while. Let's see what Zensky is doing. All right. Supreme Master costing 9. Yep, could go back, I think. 100% agree. Well, I mean, the only thing with Supreme Matromancer is there are a lot of easy answers for her, like Ice Storm, Channeled Storm, or Fingers of the Mountain. Like there's a lot of removal that can pretty much take away, but she does do 4 damage on summon. As long as you got the slots for it, she does 4 damage on summon. Yeah, I think an argument could be made for her going back to an on cost. Beowulf, yeah, they worked out a lot of kinks. Now, I would still say, even with a lot of those things that seemed unbalanced, I would still say it was in a better state than it is now. I think there's still some pretty big cards that need to be adjusted, and obviously we've talked about Invade. I think the game was, on the whole, I would say more enjoyable, more playable, even with those uneven things. Because they weren't all there at the same time. The nerfs happened at different points. But yeah, it was kind of messy. But yes, she did cost 9. Rage also cost 7. Yep, Rage took a hit. Vincenzo agreeing. Yep, comes at right at 9 cost. Yeah, and I said that. Actually, Hunter Badger. Yep, OG cast at a time where it was you banished all the cards of one kind into a deck. It was like Piercing Twilight. But Piercing Twilight at least requires you to have already killed off or used one of those things before she can kill it off, whereas Cast in a Time removed the one creature and banished all the rest of them.
This should help you.
Maybe it's up the Parth loops. Yep, that's true. That is true. I don't like cards that completely, because if you're, I mean, to be fair, I don't think a deck that is based around 3 particular cards is typically very strong in and of itself. But I also don't like cards that just completely eradicate all your stuff. At least with the, what's that one card that just banishes like the top 5 cards of your deck? It's random. Whereas this one's like, oh, hey, was your deck kind of centered around this one particular card? Okay, it's gone now. So, you may have to quit. I don't know. Just like Piercing Twilight. Yep, there we go. Just like Piercing Twilight, but as an action. I heard of that one somewhere before. It's still funny that Manticora got the nerf that removed guard. Yeah. But, I mean, to be fair, Allied Guardian. If Allied Guardians lost guard, that would be a much different card. We talk about, like, losing immunity to lethal. But if you took away Allied Guardian's guard, I don't know that they would be unplayable, but I don't think they would get as much play because a lot of times they're being used defensively and used to enable that pivot. So I think if you take Allied Guardian's guard away, which would make their name, then they would just be Aeliad Ians, because you take the guard away. You see, that's funny. Let me see. Alfiq, yep. Alfiq actually was a 3/4, I believe. Dune Smuggler. I don't remember Dune Smuggler. He used to move from any lane. Oh, okay. Gotcha. You can move from any lane. That probably could go back. Alfiq and Luzra. Luzra, really? Nah, move decks. Wait. Oh, geez. Oh, my gosh. The chat keeps going. Many nerfs. What was Luzra's? Yeah, that's what I'm curious. What was Luzra's? Gives 6+ cost creatures +2/+2 and herself. Okay. Yeah, because if you play her early, she goes away. So you have to keep her in hand or come up with her in the late game, and then you have to have the cards, the 6+ cost creatures. I think it could be fine. I wouldn't mind seeing Luzra. Give it a shot with Luzra with a little more incentive to be played. But to be fair, she's a fine 2 cost 2/3. So I think she's the cost and the stats are fine as is. But it would be nice to give her a little more love. Vincenzo beat Thuldir. No kidding. Yeah, he did win the Master Series. Wait, am I thinking of the right Master Series? I know he won, but dang, nicely done, Vincenzo. Wait, I beat Thuldir maybe? Alfiq being 3/4 was irritating because of Ice Storm. Yep. Vincenzo, I was drunk on that one too. Yeah, so Vincenzo, he gets a level up when he's inebriated. Drain Vitality is a more difficult one with Call Dragon being in the game. Drain Vitality got nerfed. It used to be the entire board would get the -1 or -2/-2. So it needed to get nerfed. It could probably stand to get nerfed again. Hand of Dagoth used to be 5/5. Yep. More importantly, what should they nerf? Hand of Dagoth is perfect the way it is. Yeah. Hand of Dagoth with the ward and all of its other attributes, I think it's fine that it can, if you break that ward, you can kill with Ice Storm and things like that. Dragon Fist trying to put a halt to Io's push. We'll see if he manages to pull that off. I think it was fine, but with Workshop and Ward Wall, being able to play, give everything -2/-2 on turn 4 or 5. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, it definitely needed that nerf. I think even before Word Wall or Workshop, Word Wall was enough. Invade at the beginning was slightly broken. And now it's completely broken. I mean, it was even worse. You could, invade because you could level up gates at the same time. You could pull a gate back into your hand and play it, and it would have the same level that it had when you pulled it back. So yeah, you could never remove the gate, and the person could just play it, ramp it up, and then pull it back, and then play it as a 0 cost, and then play a bunch of cards and get ridiculous stuff. The gate's retaining their level. Yep, there we go. Even playing after it was stupid. That was broken. I came in right after that got fixed, or maybe a month or two. Okay, so you missed the worst of it. Here's a buff that drives me nuts, and they should have done it. Ungolem deserves to be lethal. Oh, yeah, I'll agree. Yeah, that sounds fine. It would make him a little more formidable. He is kind of puny at the moment. Although, with the amount of times you see people able to draw those assassins within like 2 or 3 turns of playing Ungolem, I mean, if you're like, it's one thing to say, oh, shuffle 3 copies of this card in your deck. It's another one to say, play Ungolem and 2 or 3 turns later, play 2 or 3 0 cost 3/3 lethal draw cards. Like, they need to make his pulls a little more random, because right now it's pretty consistent. You get it within like 5 turns. Or even a 2/2 used to be a 2/1, but that was too powerful for 1 drop. That's true. Although, what's her face? Relentless Raider is a 2/1 legendary, and she's got that extra effect. Kratos Gods in a casual match. Take a gander here as we get down to the last of the chats. Schemer used to be 4/1. Wardcrafter used to be 2/2. Look at us actually having a Tesla conversation, folks. Look at this. We go from lighthearted jokes to really deep philosophical, controversial issues, and now we're actually talking about Tesla on a Tesla stream. What a day this has been. A day that will live in infamy. Wardcrafter 2/2. Yeah, still one of the best true drops. Yeah, for sure. But now there's an overshadowed 1 drop in every color almost, so I think it can go back. Exactly. Yep, 100% agree. Reeve used to be a 2/5. Really? I don't even remember that. Dang. Yeah, unplayable. Absolutely. Brynjolf used to be a 4/4. I might remember that. Did Merrick cost 6 at one point? Yeah, Brainwolf needed the buff. 100% agree. Genius Path Mage used to be a 6. Yes, they nerfed that because of Nyx Ox combo was just going off way too easy. All right, so we will. It looks like Statham is away, so we will leave Kratos to his game. That should be a win there. Let's see here. Do we have? All right, Io still playing it up. So let us take a gander at Io. Let's see. Conscription at 11 could maybe go back. Ooh, I don't know. I have a lot of Haunted Manor. I would like to see go back to 3. I think it just doesn't get played as much, hardly at all, really. With ramp tools nowadays, conscription is at 12. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I just have too many bad memories, bad experiences with conscription to have it be lower. History used to be 3 too. Oh, His Grove, and it used to do the thing on summon. Wait, what? His Grove, it still gives you 1 magicka, doesn't it? Doesn't that slightly limit conscription to anything running endurance? I mean, not really, because it's 12 magicka. You can still play it. It's a turn. It's not a turn early. Yeah. Okay, just to let you know, folks, I hear the family coming back, so I'm going to fly through the chat here, and we will call it a night. Because to be fair, it's 20 minutes later than I was necessarily planning on. Let's see. Necromancer 3/4. Also can't fill the board for half the cost of manually playing 2 drops. I see your point. All right, I'm not gonna just echo what is being said. This is a great conversation. I just need to skip down. I'm just letting him know to come on in. Let's see. You need more cards that help tribal decks. Agree with that. More cards that help tribal decks. Absolutely. Let's see. Duke Dren's, yes. The summon effect. Unique legendary in a 75 card deck, it wouldn't break him and it wouldn't make him. Yes. Yeah, Duke Dren needs to have a little more love. Corpse Disease got more play. Mummify. Self-silence, mute, should be. Totally average prophecy card that has similar potential javelin. Suppress, mute. Okay, good night, Shorty. Yeah, guys. No, I love it. I love this conversation. I love how this is going. And hey, I don't know too many chats that can put the brakes on conversations that might start straying into dicey conversations or whatever. And it was kind of like a self-governed thing. Like, okay, let's just back it off. Of course, I was talking about it later because I was getting into it later, but I think it's great. It's like, hey, let's just keep it fun. Let's keep it to the stuff that we enjoy doing. And not that you can't delve into more deeper topics. I think it's fun to do that. But when you just kind of realize, okay, we're skirting kind of close, and it can be a really short trip from everybody's getting along and just kind of sharing their thoughts and having a good time to, all right, we're starting to get a little terse. They're starting to get a little tense. And the next thing you know, there's an awkward moment where it's silent, not because people are just enjoying themselves, but because it's like, oh crap, how do we come back from this? So kudos. This is, I think, the first time we've actually breached that option. And I think we handle it like champs, and proud of each and every one of you. That's my dad voice, I think. I don't know. Proud of each and every one of you. So yeah, and awesome. But thank you all. We're going to be back with Live at 5 next week. Might be able to go a little bit longer, like I said, depending on if we got family visiting or not. I don't want to keep people out of the house the entire time. But yeah, thank you all so much for rejoining me on the other side after the week hiatus. And you know what? I'm going to leave this up for a little while. If you want, I'm going to shut the camera down, but I don't want to end the conversation. You all keep talking. I mean, if you want to, I mean, this is a great conversation. I'm glad this is recorded because this is a Tessel video where we're actually talking about the Tessel cards. Like, we're going in depth in the game. It's very exciting, folks. Very exciting. We feel we're pros. We are the community. We are the legendary remnant. All right. Yes, Beowulf. It's a good time. Again, thank you all for sharing the perspectives and bringing up this card stuff. Let's see if we can pick this up. For all the times that we pick up our ridiculous conversations about pineapple pizza and everything else, let's see if we can remember to pick up conversations on nerfs and things of that nature, because this is a heck of a lot of fun. Have a great weekend, everybody. Be safe. Safe travels, IO, as well. And absolutely my pleasure. This is definitely a highlight of my week. I look forward to seeing you all again 7 days hence. Farewell. Oh, nice. Okay. What? Honey Badger, you can't say that because I just said farewell and now I'm saying something else. I'm glad this is your last night of work. So that means, okay, so yeah, you're work through. And that's the last comment we have. There was no comment that was said after I'm looking forward to the weekend. That was the last comment that was said on this chat. So we'll end it with that. Take care.